Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Seamus Hoyne, and I'm Dean at the Technological University of the Shannon in Ireland, and a very long supporter of your efforts in the Covenant of Mayors. I am honoured and delighted to guide us today for this 10th edition of the Covenant of Mayors. And I'm a proud supporter of the Covenant in my role as the chair of the Tipperary Energy Agency, also in Ireland. We will begin very shortly. We have a very packed agenda, and we appreciate your engagement. We will also be using a Slido poll very briefly, and you will perhaps just have your mobile phones ready when I introduce those Slido polls to you. Again, to remind you that we have interpretation in English, Italian, French, Spanish, Greek, Romanian and Polish. And I would ask you please to stand to welcome Roberto Metsola, President of the European Parliament, Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and Kata Tuto, President of the European Committee of the Regions, and Attila Petrofi, Mayor of Pech. Thank you very much.
Does it work? Yes. Good morning to you all, dear President von der Leyen, dear Ursula, dear President Tutto, dear Kata, dear mayors, dear colleagues. Really good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. We started this week by opening in this very chamber the European Week of Regions and Cities on Monday. And over the past few days, I've had the privilege and the chance to meet and speak with many local representatives, to listen, to exchange ideas, and to hear what really matters to Europe. All week, and we were just talking about this behind the tribune, this Parliament and this city has been buzzing with local councillors, regional leaders, mayors, people who are really at the heart of what makes Europe, Europe. You've met with members of the European Parliament. We've had ministers who've come from the capitals to discuss with you in this House. And there's nothing that strengthens the bond between Europeans than this. This week, in fact, has shown Europe in action that is ambitious, that is cohesive, and that is close to its people. And what I would say this week has confirmed to me is that our regions, our cities and our towns are where Europe is actually being built. In the places where people live their lives, in our schools, in our hospitals, in the squares and cafes where people meet, in the local councils where decisions are made. And that's where Europe is alive, that's where people see it. In every new road, in every renovated school, every new park where children can play, every home insulated against the cold, every new bus line running on clean energy, every startup space supported by EU funds. All of these prove that Europe is making a real difference in people's daily lives. I learned early on that all politics is local. I started my European journey in student politics, campaigning for my country to join the European Union, and even then, it felt close. Ultimately, that campaign was about people, about what mattered in their daily lives. And I can tell you that's something that has stayed with me every day since. Now, of course, you know this better than anyone. Every time we speak with mayors, you across Europe, I see how hands-on your work is, dealing with the cost of living, housing, energy prices, environmental issues, with how to make your communities safer, greener, more livable. You see the faces behind every decision you make, and you know that trust is something that has to be earned over and over again. And maybe that's why trust in local and regional authorities is now at its highest in a decade. And that's because people see that you deliver. When people see action, when they feel heard, they stay engaged. But when they don't, they turn away. And often they would turn to those who offer easy answers, those who seek to divide. So by delivering, by showing that Europe works locally, you are defending democracy itself. This covenant of mayors, the community that you've built, is really Europe at its best. Cities learning from each other, working together, turning ideas into real change. And let me say congratulations to Mechelen, Lappen, Ranta and Domokos, and also to Heilbronn, Siena and Assen. You are showing the way forward, quietly, steadily, but with real impact. And I can tell you that that is the same spirit that drives us here in the European Parliament. This is a parliament that represents everyone, not just the big capitals, but the small towns, the remote islands, the rural villages. Every voice matters here in every decision that we take in this chamber. And together with my fellow members of Parliament, we are focused on results, on making Europe deliver for people, on making sure that when we make decisions here, they actually work on the ground where you are. And that means simplifying, cutting red tape, making things easier for the people that we represent, for businesses, for communities. It means listening, it means adapting and putting action before words. It also means leading on the big challenges of our time and helping our towns and cities prepare for the future, making homes warmer and cheaper to heat, supporting communities to adapt to floods, droughts and heat waves, investing in cleaner transport, stronger grids, better water systems and creating new forward-looking jobs in the process. That's how we build safer communities and a stronger, more competitive Europe at the same time. And these challenges that we face, issues of extreme weather and climate change, we have an obligation to address properly. I come from an island in the middle of the Mediterranean, and this issue is personal as well as institutional for me. In 1988, it was the foreign minister from my country who pushed through the United Nations a resolution that declared climate change as a common concern of mankind. The legacy reminds us that Europe has always led when others hesitated. And we know that when Europe gets it right, people feel it. And when we get it wrong, and we sometimes do get it wrong, people feel that too. We want a Europe that helps people, not one that gets in their way. And that is what this Parliament stands for. And that's what we are building together. That is why cohesion policy matters. It's how we can make sure that every community, no matter how small or how far, can thrive. That no one feels forgotten. that change does not come at the expense of those who need support the most. And as we look ahead now to the next multi-annual financial framework that has been proposed and that we are discussing here, this is something that we are determined to defend. First, we will keep pushing for strong cohesion funding, because this is how every euro spent goes towards improving people's lives, strengthening communities, and creating sustainable opportunities. Your local and regional authorities drive half of Europe's public investment, and you manage a third of public expenditure. You are the backbone of implementation, so you must have the means to act. And I want to be clear on this point: the European Parliament, as the budgetary authority, will do its job. Second, we need to make sure that both the design and implementation of these programmes stay as close as possible to local and regional realities and actually deliver on their aims. Because policies only work when they reflect the people and the places they're meant to serve. That means listening more, involving you more, and building together from the ground up. Europe, and I'll conclude with how I started, isn't a distant idea. It begins locally, in your cities, your towns, your neighbourhoods. It is something we are building together every single day. So I thank you for leading, for caring for your communities, for showing that Europe only works when it's close to its people, and for reminding us why we must keep going, even when it's not easy, especially when it's not easy. So thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing the conversation with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Metsola. I now invite Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, to address you.
Dear President Metsola, dear President Tütö, dear Mayor Peterfi, Excellencies, esteemed members of the Covenant of Mayors. I would like to start by welcoming the representatives from Ukraine and Moldova in particular. You are among friends. Your engagement here is proof that you are already building your European future, step by step, project by project, together with us all, because let me be very clear, the future of both your countries, Ukraine and Moldova, is at the heart of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate 17 years of the EU Covenant of Mayors. And this matters because it is your local communities that the pulse of Europe can be felt. Together you represent more than 219 million people. You hear from citizens in the streets, in the markets, at the school gates, their hopes, their concerns, the daily realities. And it is this closeness that helps guide Europe's direction. Nowhere is this clearer than in protecting nature and fighting climate change. For you, this is not an abstract debate. It means cities growing hotter each summer, rivers bursting their banks more often, schools forced to close due to extreme weather conditions, stark rain, drought, wildfires. It is communities being reshaped. And this covenant has one common goal. It is about doing more together to protect the incredible nature we have across Europe and the lives that depend on it. And let me focus on 4 areas. First, reaching our climate ambitions. Let me tell you very clearly, Europe is staying the course. We are on track to meet our 2030 targets, and we will make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. These targets are the compass that keeps us on course. But we know that we can only achieve these targets if we stay competitive, if we support people, and if we support communities. And that is why the clean transformation is at the center of the next long-term EU budget. The Commission has proposed to dedicate 35% to clean tech, to climate and nature protection. And it is why we want to deepen our cooperation with you, because the transition happens where people live, in your cities, in your communities. By the end of this year, we will present a new agenda for cities. This will propose a direct link between your initiatives, for example, the Climate City Contracts, Energy and Adaptation Plans, your initiative, and European Union funding. This approach simply makes sense. We set our direction of travel together, but you help bring it to life in the ways that work at home. In every community, different, individual, and tailor-made. My second point is on how to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Climate change is already here. You know this better than anyone else. Many of your communities were devastated by floods and wildfires this summer. In those moments of crisis, Europe was there. Almost 800 brave firefighters and rescuers from all corners of our union answered the call. They literally ran towards the flames. They saved lives and protected homes. And when the smoke clears and the water recedes, Europe is still there. After the devastating floods in Valencia, for example, the European Union mobilized nearly 1.6 billion euros to support reconstruction, to help families rebuild their homes and communities. That is us all working together. It is European solidarity in action, and I think we can take pride in it and thank our firefighters for their outstanding work they are doing at every moment for our union. But we know that prevention and adaptation is just as important. Here, cities and towns are leading the way with nature-based solutions. From rain gardens in Catania to green oases in Poznan, together we developed the European Union missions on adaptations and on cities. Now we are scaling up these local success across the continent, and we are learning from you and your best practice. This is feeding into the European Plan for Climate Resilience that we will present soon, so we learn from what works or what does not work in your communities, and this is feeding the plan we are developing. Our goal is to help every single community to access the finance they need to adapt to the challenges of climate change. Yes, the challenges are huge, and if you listen to the last reports of science, they are huge. But if we work together, and we've shown it before, we can move mountains, and we are determined to do this. My third point is on innovation. Cities and towns are pioneers in finding concrete solutions. We see incredible innovation happening across Europe. In Copenhagen, for example, windows are being turned into solar panels, so transforming buildings into solar stations. In Paderborn, Germany, autonomous electric mini vehicles are being tested to provide door-to-door services for the elderly. And in Italy, we set up a network of European cities where the first self-driving cars can hit the road. A coalition of 60 Italian mayors have already expressed their interest. This is exciting. And besides the sobering news, I think this also brings hope that there are solutions, that there is innovation that leads in the right way, that we can work with nature-based solutions, and there is a potential really to overcome this crisis. Local innovations like these are shaping Europe's future, and we want to help you to go even further. We want to make, together with you, your towns, your cities, basically hubs of innovation. And that is at the heart of our EU mission on climate neutral and smart cities. You know it well. It is unlocking 650 billion in investments so that cities can test new solutions, try and error. The best will survive. From clean energy to sustainable transport, the list is long. And then, if you've tested and it has proven well, others can follow your example. Our aim is to have 112 climate-neutral cities by 2030, and we are on track. Over 100 cities have approved strategies to make it a reality. Our towns and cities are showing how to lead in those innovations that turn our ambitions into a reality. And my final point is not on targets or technology. It is about ensuring people and housing. A home is not just four walls and a roof. It is safety. We all know it. Is it warm? It is warmth. It is a place for our families and friends. It is belonging. But we also know today that for too many Europeans, home has become a source of anxiety. It can mean debts and uncertainty. You all experience as students are giving up their studies because they simply cannot find housing. Nurses, teachers, policemen cannot afford to live in the communities they serve. So this is a European challenge, and we must face it together. It needs a European answer. And that is why we are launching the European Affordable Housing Plan. It is a European effort anchored in local solutions. We will allow more room for affordable housing under our state aid rules to give your communities the flexibility they need to build more affordable housing. We are working with the European Investment Bank to support local efforts to deliver 1.3 million new or renovated homes across Europe, because this housing crisis is not about bricks and cement. It is about giving people the foundations on which to build their lives. When people have a safe and comfortable place to call home, streets come alive again. Squares and neighborhoods can become vibrant again. You know it by experience better than anyone else. That matters because people need community. They need to live in places that inspire. And that is also why we started our new European Bauhaus, the vision of creating beautiful, sustainable spaces to live in, to work in, but also to bring people together. It started as a vision almost 6 years ago. Today, it has really become a movement with 700 projects across Europe and beyond, and involving more than 1,900 organizations. Because, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is not only about cutting emissions and adapting to change. Yes, this is important, and we're staying the course, and you can count on us what that is important. But it is also important to building places that are better to live in. It is about togetherness. It is about having the confidence that we can create a better future together. You are working on that every single day, and Europe is here with you to make it happen. Thank you very much for all your work. I highly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President von der Leyen, for those inspiring words. I now have the pleasure to invite Kata Tuto, President of the Committee of the Regions, to address you.
President von der Leyen, President Metsola, drága Péter Fiatil, my dear fellow crisis and change managers, this is our week. This is the week of cities and regions. This is the week about us, what we are doing, the local leaders on the ground. And the Covenant of Mayors is a beautiful story of us, of the local leaders. I say it's a beautiful story personally, and it's also symbolically beautiful. Okay, how is personally? In 2009, when the Covenant of Mayors was launched, I was already a city councillor in Budapest. And Budapest was one of the first to join the Covenant, to join this movement, because Budapest is and always been a city that is cutting a path, in an innovative city to cut new paths for others to follow. But that's not only what we do, local leaders and local authorities. We are not just innovators, but very important reserves of democracies. And if we really need reserves somewhere, we really need reserves of democracies in Europe. But throughout the Covenant of Mayors initiative, I also joined European politics in the Committee of the Regions. Now I'm president of the Committee of the Regions, but when I started, that was the first file I worked with. It was on the future of the Covenant of Mayors, and it's already been 10 years. And the Covenant of Mayors is still alive, and not just alive, but thriving. And we, in the Committee of the Regions, we will invest more energy to it become a bigger movement. We have our ambassadors, I'm one of the ambassadors, and we will invest a lot in that. But as I said, it's also beautiful symbolically. Why? Because here, we, local leaders, we are aiming high and voluntarily shouldering as much responsibility as we can carry. Because this is not just only about climate goals. This is also about community. Because it's not just our citizens that want to belong. We politicians also are humans, and we want to belong too. And when we come together here in the Covenant of Mayors or in the Committee of the Regions, we form a support group. We share our good stories, and we share our difficult stories. We are really wired as humans to each other's survival stories. And I call it survival stories because we are crisis and change managers. And change management is very hard. The uncertainty in the world is growing, and our people feel that they run as fast as they can just to stay in one place. We learn from the bad stories that it takes time to do things quickly. And we also learned that it is very expensive to do things cheaply. And what we also know is that our people love the concept of green and greening, but the realities are very difficult to face. A few days ago, Monday, we opened the Week of Cities and Regions with President Roberta Metsola, and I was talking about the energy crisis because the energy is one of the most important pillars of the Covenant of Mayors, our goals on energy. But there is a dual energy crisis. One, we know, it manifests in the high energy prices, in the CO2 emissions, in the grid congestions, in the blackouts. But there is another crisis, and it is a social energy crisis that comes from the acceleration, that is coming from burning our social energies, and it manifests in polarization, in a growing distrust, in apathy, and the weakening of democracy. There is a meaning crisis. And how does this connect to the Covenant of Mayors? Because it's about energy and meaning. Because how do we find meaning? Not just as leaders, not just as communities, but as persons. You find meaning by orienting yourself to point at the highest possible good that you can imagine, and then find a path and carry as much weight on your shoulders that you can carry. Because meaning is never about comfort. It's found in the weight of willingly carry. And this is the voluntarily part of the Covenant of Mayors. Because when you decide to care for something that is fragile and complicated, your neighborhood, your community, you create meaning out of suffering. And that meaning protects you from despair. And it protects your people from cynicism. Because what is the message? The message is that this place matters, that these people matters. This is what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Tutto, for those inspiring words from the Committee of the Regions. I would now ask you to give another round of applause of appreciation for President Metsola and President von der Leyen, and thank them for their contribution and joining us today. And so, to conclude this opening session, I have the honour to give the stage to Attila Peterfi, Mayor of Pest in Hungary and member of the board of the EU Covenant of Mayors. The city of Pest is a signatory of the Covenant of Mayors since 2013, beneficiary of the European City Facility and a label city of the EU mission for climate neutral and smart cities. Please.
Thank you very much. Honorable President Tüttő, kedves Kata, köszöntelek. Dear fellow mayors, European local and regional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address you today in front of more than 500 mayors and local decision makers, local leaders. And it is even greater honor to speak here in the plenary hall of the European Parliament in Brussels, where Europe's common decision really made. As a representative of Covenant of Mayors, it is equally an honor for me to share this stage with the presidents of the European institutions. This in itself sends a clear message. The future of Europe is a shared commitment between our cities and the European Union's institutions. We all witness that our communities are facing several difficulties at once. The impact of climate change, heat waves, floods, wildfires affect us harder every year. Social insecurity and the cost of living crisis increase people's vulnerability. geopolitical tensions at the external borders of the Union also affect our communities. And there is another less visible but equally serious crisis. Our citizens are losing trust in political leaders. In many places, this loss of trust has opened the way for populism and has weakened confidence in democratic institutions. In this situation, we, mayors, are those closest to the citizens. We face their concerns every day, and they expect solutions from us. We understand the specific local circumstances and the available resources and the limits of what we must work within. It is both our responsibility and our opportunity to deliver tangible results, to ensure that climate neutrality, resilience, and a just transition are not empty words, but real experiences for our citizens. When we achieve this, we strengthen not only our communities, but also the very foundation of democracy, trust. Allow me to share some examples from my own city, Pécs, from Hungary. In 2010, Pécs was the European Capital of Culture. This brought not only cultural and tourism growth, but also lasting institutions and developments to the city of Pécs. We are also proud and grateful for that Pécs has been included in both the EU mission from climate neutral and smart cities and in the Net Zero Cities program. This milestone provides new momentum for our local green transition and builds on progress we made earlier when Pécs joined the EU Covenant of Mayors. But even more importantly, it enables mission cities to exchange best practices and encourage others to follow. In Pécs, located in a region heavily affected by out-migration, so in Pécs, it is especially important for the city to remain attractive to young people. Both the European Capital of Culture program and our green initiatives serve this goal. They help us create a vibrant, livable, and sustainable city, a place worth staying. One of the core principles of the European Union is free movement, the right of everyone to seek new opportunities across borders. But just as important is to secure the right to stay, that no one should be forced to leave their home region because they cannot find affordable housing, fulfilling work, or a decent quality of life. We can only preserve the diversity and the cultural heritage of our cities and regions if we support those areas that are falling behind. These are the places where young people often live in search of a better life. Housing, career opportunities, and access to quality public services all play a key role in whether people choose to stay. That is why I would like to highlight one of my city's recent initiatives, which we presented a few months ago to Vice President Fito. It is a residential housing program aimed at providing affordable homes for young people. We propose to develop this program through a partnership between the European Investment Bank, local banks, local construction companies, and the municipality. It offers a response to the housing crisis, which is deepening all across Europe and making it especially difficult for less developed regions to keep their population. We have also made a proposal in the field of sustainable transport. The European cities should form a joint fleet for the procurement of electric buses and the necessary infrastructure as well. This would allow cities to benefit from better financial conditions while also strengthening Europe's e-bus manufacturing and related industries. Such an initiative would serve both the sustainability goals of our cities and regions, and the competitiveness of the European economy. These examples demonstrate that by connecting local capacities, international financing, and community needs, we can create solutions that reach far beyond the boundaries of a single city. However, local determination alone is not enough. We also need concrete European actions, concrete European instruments. First, we need greater competencies. Many key decisions are still taken at the levels that do not support swift local interventions. With more authority and more flexible regulations, cities could plan and carry out actions more effectively. This would help us in areas just like public transportation development and energy renovation of buildings. Second, we need more human and financial resources. Turning good ideas into reality requires project development expertise, pre-financing, risk-reducing financial tools, and long-term predictable funding. Many municipalities simply lack the expert teams or liquidity necessary for the major investments. That is why we need strong technical support services, simplified EU funding procedures, and better pre-financing options. Third, we need true partnership with the EU institutions, not only occasional consultations, but a structured, permanent dialogue and joint decision-making. We ask to be involved from the earliest stages of policy design, to be supported in cooperation between cities, and to have access to practical pilot programs whose results can be quickly scaled up. And finally, we need consistency and continuity. Transitions in energy, transport, or housing are long-term processes. They cannot depend on political cycles or changes of leadership. Our cities are capable of thinking in long term, even in decades. Therefore, EU decisions and funding frameworks must be predictable and durable to ensure that the work we begin can be completed. If we are provided with these tools, greater competencies, stronger capacities, real partnership and long-term consistency, so if we are provided with these tools, our communities will be able to deliver even more tangible results. When our cities are livable, safe and sustainable, citizens will once again believe that the collective action is meaningful and effective. And if cities and institutions of Europe join forces, we cannot only face the challenge of climate change, but also restore citizens' trust in common action and strengthen democracy itself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We have heard very clearly this morning that amidst the geopolitical tensions, the accelerating climate risk, socioeconomic turbulences, that the role of our cities, our towns and our regions has never been more significant. Thus, the importance of the Covenant of Mayors is even more paramount. This year's Covenant of Mayors ceremony will put Europe's security, resilience and prosperity centre stage, and will focus on highlighting the cooperation between the cities, the towns, the regions and our national and European institutions to secure a better future for our European citizens. Today we also have the honour of celebrating the winners of the 2025 Covenant of Mayors Award ceremony. And we celebrate their achievements in decarbonising heating and cooling of our cities. before that, just some housekeeping. A strong reminder that no food or drink is allowed inside of the hemicycle, including water, but you are invited to access the refreshments which are available in the antechambers from now. Again, to remind you that interpretation is available in English, Italian, French, Greek, Polish, Spanish, and Romanian. And I would also ask you to ensure that your mobile phones are kept on silent. So I am from a university, so I have to ask you some questions. So if you can prepare for use of some Slido. And to join me in this exercise, I'm delighted to invite Paula Llobet, Deputy Mayor of Valencia, to join me on the stage. Valencia is a Covenant signatory since 2009, a labelled city of the EU City of Climate Neutral and Smart Cities, and also was European Green Capital 2024 and signatory of the Green City Accord. So please, Paula, if you want to join me here. So you will see on your screen the QR codes. So if you wish to access the Slido, hopefully you have been listening this morning. So the first question that you will be asked was, when was the Covenant of Mayors initiative launched? 1992, 2004, 2009, or 2013? So, Mayor, do you suspect they know the answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. One of the rules of large events is never work with children or technology. So the answer is, of course, 2009. Second question, which I was going to ask you, is how many EU Covenant of Mayors signatures are there? Your options were between less than 5,000, between 5,000, 10,000, between 10,000 and 15,000, and finally more than 15,000. Mayor, are you aware of the answer?
Let's see.
Technology working? Of course, the answer is between 10,000 and 15,000. So we are now at approximately 13,000 signatories, which is an amazing collection of effort. Moving on to the next question, and I will ask for your brief input from the Mayor on this, and you have been asked to indicate some of the things that you are doing to ensure secure and affordable energy in your cities and towns and regions. So I welcome your inputs there, but I will just turn to Mayor Llobet to very briefly, because I know you will speak to us shortly. Can you mention one or two quick things that you have taken action on in Valencia?
Yes, well, thank you very much. Well, of course, in Valencia, we are investing in renewable energies, and one of the most important projects that we have is called Repower Up. And what we are doing is we are developing the biggest urban and public solar panel plants in a city, in an urban environment. We are doing it in 5 cemeteries of the city, where we have a lot of rooftops. And well, what we are doing is we are going to reduce the energy bill of the municipality, but we are going to also give support to the vulnerable families that we have in these neighborhoods. So we are going to work against poverty, energy poverty. And the other initiative, we have approved an ordinance of sandbox in the city. So Valencia has become all the city a really big living lab. So you can develop any solution in tech solutions in a real environment before going to the market. So we open the city to entrepreneurs, to talent, to scientifics, to anyone who has a solution and want to try it in a real environment to have the feedback from the citizens. They can do it in a really easy way in Valencia and using all the facilities that the municipality has in the city.
Very good. Thank you very much. And the final question, hopefully which you can access on Slido, was again to try and collect your ideas on what adaptation measures you are proudest of in your towns, your cities and your regions. And we know there's a lot of pride across the Covenant of Mayors of the actions that you are taking. And again, while those answers are coming in, Mayor, and this can be your translation into your speech, to mention maybe one thing in particular in adaptation that you're particularly proud of in Valencia.
Well, I think the first thing, really important thing, is to have a roadmap. So what we have done is to approve an adaptation plan where we have more than 35 measures. We are working in storm water tanks because for us it's really important, you know, after the floods that we have in the city. But of course we are working being more resilient. So we are going to work in the schools and also in the sports facilities to have solutions in the time of summer where we have a really high temperatures. So we need to have friendly spaces for the children and for the people that live and come to Valencia. And this is the two important projects that we are developing now.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your contribution to the Slido. And I now invite the Deputy Mayor to address you formally and to give you an overview of the comprehensive activities that are happening in the city of Valencia in terms of mitigation and adaptation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Members of the European Commission, members of the European Parliament, members of the European Committee of the Regions, mayors. It's an honor for me to be here representing the city of Valencia and the European Network of Energy Cities in this forum of local leaders who push every day to make our cities better places to live, leaders who work on the front to solve their neighbourhood's problems, who manage tight budgets, who often have to take difficult decisions and always keep people in the centre of all the policies. El Pacto de Alcaldes es desde luego una oportunidad, es mucho más que una red.
The Covenant of Mayors is obviously an opportunity. It's an example of local leadership of those of us who every day face the most complex challenges with the nearest tools we have at hand. We have together managed to place in value the role of the regions and cities to together build the Europe of the future that we all dream of. Please permit me to speak of the experience of my city of Valencia. When we joined the Covenant in 2009, we did it with ambition, but also with humbleness. Today, years later, we know that to advance to climate neutrality is not merely an environmental question, it's a question of social justice and also of the quality of life of our neighbours. Our conviction to foster a green transition and the digital transition that Europe needs starts with a sum of small but important transformations that have led us to be the green capital of Europe in 2024, acknowledging the effort that we've made, the legacy that we want to leave in our city with one purpose: to improve the quality of life of all of our citizens. Some examples of our achievements are the old riverbed of the Turia River, which has now become an enormous lineal park, a green lung for the city of Valencia of over 9 kilometers. The improvement and the electrification of public transport, our commitment to kilometre zero with our local market gardens, with our proximity products, in short, with healthy food. And of course, we want to and need to continue advancing. Shortly, it'll be a year since the greatest tragedy that my land has suffered, where 229 people of Valencia lost their lives for an enormous flood. I want to take advantage of this moment to thank all of the demonstrations of solidarity that we in Valencia received from Europe, from the cities and regions represented here today, also from the European Commission, the European Parliament, the Committee of the Regions, which from the beginning were by our side, offering help for our reconstruction. The Mayor of Valencia, María José Catalán, has asked me to convey to you our thanks for your constant concern for opening your doors in January to the European Parliament and the European Commission to listen to us, to listen to the voice of a people that needed help in effect after this extremely tough experience of a year ago. We have learned many lessons. No European city is free from suffering the effects of climate change, and thus we need cities which are safer. We need our cities to be better prepared, more resilient, and with a citizenship with a greater culture of self-protection, safety, protection, and emergency culture. These are the three pillars of the strategy that we in Valencia Town Hall have fostered. In terms of safety, we've put in place a critical infrastructure plan which will allow Valencia to become the first European city which is self-sufficient in the supply of potable water for our families in the case of emergency. Our citizens will always have drinking water, even though everything that failed with the last floods, which left people for days and weeks without drinking water. In terms of prevention, we're installing sirens for floods, catastrophes, emergencies to protect our citizens, and we are going to install CCTV cameras in critical points of Valencia to monitor future flooding. And lastly, the emergency culture, which is so important. European cities need to educate, make our people aware of the possible emergencies that can occur, and that's why in our town hall we've started up a pioneering plan for Europe, a safer Valencia, where together with professional trainers and our universities, we are training all of our citizens, all of the vulnerable groups on how to act with when faced with an emergency, how to be prepared, the kits we need at home, how we need to have our family protocols to ensure that we respond adequately, who has to come in an emergency, who has to go and pick the kids up from school, who's going to look after the elderly, the people with special needs. Of course, we need all of us to be ready. Europe needs safer citizens, and that's why training is so important. Virtually a year on from that flood, we can tell you that it has been tough, but we have managed to stand again and we are recovering. We are immersed in the reconstruction of our city, but we're continuing to focus on the future, not only repairing what has been destroyed, but improving and transforming on the basis of knowledge, innovation, science and talent. And we want to share with you what we've learned, because you too are tackling this kind of challenge. The impact, of course, of extreme phenomena, the management of water, energy security, digitization, or urban pressure. And at the same time, we share a certainty that innovation is key to tackling all of these challenges successfully. That's why I'd like to underscore the importance for all European cities of systems such as AI or digital twinning. In Valencia, we opt firmly for these, and that's why we are leading the super node of AI in the south of Europe with the FeedCom project, and we are housing the digital infrastructure launched by the European Commission in terms of digital twins, Cityverse and Metaverse. Thanks to the use of this technology, all our cities can simulate climate emergencies in real time through AI. The technology allows us to steal a lead on the risks and provide the responses that the public services can offer to our citizens. The cities, which are tourist destinations, must also intervene to improve the resilience in this area, and that's why in Valencia we have developed a tourist intervention model with respect to climate emergencies to ensure that all of the tourist sector will be available to the city in terms of housing, in terms of food, in terms of housing. Also, the people who come to visit us and can find themselves away from home in an emergency situation and thus needing specific protocols. In short, the message I want to convey to you today is a message of active hope. We, councillors, mayors, mayoresses, cannot wait for magic solutions. We need to build them ourselves, district by district, street by street, with creativity, alliances and conviction, because we firmly believe that local leadership is the key to a climate-neutral Europe, socially just Europe, Europe ready for the future. That's why we need to empower our local and regional authorities to have the information necessary to respond to all of the challenges we're facing today. To wind up, I'd like to underscore the role of the European Union and all of us that find ourselves here today. A common space in which to share learnings, but also mistakes and advances. The Covenant of Mayors has strengthened this spirit. It holds us together as a community of active learning, a real commitment with our neighbours. And this is what gives us our strength. Valencia, like all of the other cities and regions, is a better city today, a healthier, fairer city, and thanks to the commitment that we've made with Europe, and above all, the commitment to our citizens with which we advance day by day. We've shown that our cities are capable of changing and improving the lives of people. Let's continue to do this together with strength, with valour, with a heart for a safer, more prosperous and fairer Europe. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you also to Mayor Peterfi and President Tutu for your valuable contributions this morning. Before we move to our next session, we have an invitation from the Covenant of Mayors to you all to decarbonise your cities, your towns and your regions. Please watch.
Of Guimarães assumes the objective to be climate neutral by 2030.
The bulk of the emission is coming out of buildings.
Well, as heating and cooling covers almost 40% of greenhouse gas emissions in Munich.
Decarbonizing heating and cooling is very critical for the city of Guimarães, providing new solutions to save energy, to be more efficient, to improve renewable energy, for transforming the city in a more resilient one.
Buildings are the biggest emitters of Budapest. 60% of the CO2 is coming out of buildings, and the big bulk of that emission is attributed to heating.
Heating decarbonizations helps us to become more independent of primary energy carriers from abroad and to rely more on our own resources.
And so we turn to our session, which will focus on powering Europe with local, clean and affordable energy. We know that energy is the lifeblood of our communities. It powers our homes and mobility. It fuels our economies. Yet we stand at a crossroads of climate change and dealing with the challenges of energy security. So it's crucial we adapt to how we produce, use and consume and distribute our energy. To begin this session, we will listen to a video from Dan Jorgensen, European Commissioner for Energy and Housing, who unfortunately could not be with us today as he is at the College of European Commission, which is meeting at this very moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Covenant of Mayors, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you. I wish I could be with you in person, but it is my great pleasure to send you this message and to make a small contribution to this fantastic occasion. When I was appointed to this job, President von der Leyen set me a clear task: cut emissions and accelerate Europe's clean transition. Do it in a way that keeps energy affordable, strengthens our competitiveness, and protects our security. Some people told me that this would be very challenging, that people wouldn't come on board. But since then, I've had the chance to visit regions and cities across Europe. And I've seen firsthand the hard work being done by mayors and leaders like yourself. In your regions, towns and cities, Europe's clean transition is coming alive. In renovated homes, in clean and affordable transport, in energy communities built by neighbors. I congratulate you on this work. I would also like to congratulate the winners of the City Heat Detox campaign. You are not only making a huge difference in the lives of your citizens, you're actually inspiring cities and towns across Europe to follow in your footsteps. And this inspiration is needed now more than ever. Because some people continue to say that the clean transition is too big a challenge to take on. But all of you in this room are proving otherwise. You can prove that at local actions. You can prove that it can actually make big impacts. You can prove that together we can build a cleaner and stronger and more secure Europe if we want, starting in every town and every city. So, let me thank you once again for your leadership, and let me wish you an excellent day and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to the Commissioner Jorgensen for this valuable message. So to highlight how cities and towns are advancing Europe's transition to clean and affordable energy, I have the pleasure and honour to give the floor to Dieter Juul Jorgensen, Director General for Energy at the European Commission, to chair the ceremony of the Covenant of Mayors Awards.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome here to the beautiful hemicycle of the European Parliament. It's a pleasure to see so many of you here. Welcome to the signatories of the Covenant of Mayors, all the panel participants, and of course the entire audience. A welcome from us in the European Commission. I will echo the words of Commissioner Jorgensen, who you just saw in his video message, in underlining the very important role, the immense impact that regions, cities, towns can have in driving the clean and just energy transition, and in doing it in a way that works for citizens and businesses alike. Local authorities are absolutely indispensable for shaping and implementing strategies. The rules may be agreed at European level, they may be formally implemented at national level, but it is in the cities, in the regions, in the towns that it actually happens. You are the ones that deliver on the ground and work directly with citizens. So your role is critical. You are the front line, and you are therefore a pivotal partner for us, and we are excited to welcome you here. We know that you face a lot of challenges as well, securing investments, coordinating complex local projects, ensuring permitting processes for necessary projects that may be difficult to accept locally or welcome locally. And so we try as much as possible to address the challenges, make it simpler, make it workable also for you, and that's why listening to you today is an important part of our work. We have been doing a lot at European level in the field of energy policy over these last few years. We've been going through an energy crisis. We have been engaging in the twin transition under the European Green Deal. And more recently, early this year, Commissioner Jorgensen presented the Affordable Energy Action Plan that helps transform the landscape to make sure that energy both becomes cleaner as part of the energy transition, but also that it is affordable for houses, for citizens, for cities, for businesses. We try to make sure in that energy is there. We will follow up with a citizens' energy package early in the new year to address really specifically the concerns of citizens and households, the people that you are representing. Beyond this, we of course have a number of other initiatives. Covenant of Mayors is one. We have got the 100 Climate Neutral Cities mission. We have got the European Green Capital Awards. So a lot of initiatives ongoing at European level to strengthen our cooperation and make sure that we take account of the local level considerations and concerns. I know that for many of you, it may not be all that easy to access all of that information, have an overview of all the programs. We see the Covenant as one place to bring people together, to draw from the experience of others, and of course, as I said, for us to listen. And the Covenant of Mayors has this capacity to convene, to bring us all together, to bring you together, and that is an important opportunity. We also see that if I look at national level, national governments can do a lot to help unleash the potential of cities, to accelerate the clean energy transition. In the video messages, we saw the energy performance of buildings and the heating and cooling need for energy, and the CO2 emissions linked to heating and cooling were mentioned by some. And indeed, it's an area where we can work together from European level, over the national level on implementation, and the local level for what does it mean and how do we make it as easy as possible. Now, there are cities that have larger populations, more than 45,000, have a responsibility to develop an opportunity and a challenge through the local plans on how to achieve the sustainable transformation. So together with cities, we are forging a sustainable, resilient and prosperous future in Europe, powered by local clean energy solutions that you are working on. So your determination really helps us ensure that Europe's clean energy transition is not just ambitious, but it's also locally owned, locally driven, local opportunities, and thereby inclusive and socially fair. Thank you very much. And I will go straight to the next agenda point, which is, of course, the city's heat detox campaign, and recognising the very impressive work that has been done at local level across the European Union. We want to recognise outstanding achievements. We also want to honour the visionary approach to managing and leading cities and local work, the dedication, the hard work, the good ideas that we see again at local level in addressing the challenges of energy security, climate risk, and the transition that is necessary for all of us. And so to spotlight local achievements in heat decarbonisation, the 2025 EU Covenant of Mayors Award has been granted this year to 3 signatories of the Covenant of Mayors, each of them is standing out for their accomplishments and visions. It is the city of Mechelen, very close to home here in Belgium. It's the city of Lappeenranta in Finland, so somewhat further north. And then it's the city of Domokos in Greece, further south. So I think we have a very nice geographic balance in the prize. It's a coincidence because we are honouring vision and results, but nonetheless nice to see that geographic balance. The awards also underline the power and impact of local communities. What can you do at your level in tackling energy and climate challenges? Each of the awarded municipalities is represented here today by inspiring leaders, innovators that discover new paths, identify solutions, change makers with a lasting impact locally for their citizens, but hopefully also beyond that in an inspiration to other mayors and other cities. This year's Covenant Award was connected directly to the city's heat detox campaign. As the Commissioner mentioned, it spotlights cities' efforts to detoxify the heating and cooling systems across Europe, a significant use of energy and a significant emitter of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. It really is a complex challenge for local governments. It requires the involvement of many people, of entities. It has far-reaching potential for health, energy and environment benefits in all of these for citizens, communities and the economies. And the 3 winners have been awarded not only for the exceptional results they have brought, for the achievements they have brought, but also for the way in which they have been managing the processes, the stakeholder outreach, the citizen involvement, effective communication, which really, in our assessment, has helped bring the results as well, and in a manner that people feel part of and feel included in. So we really hope that these examples will be listened to. We think they stand out. We believe they should be mainstreamed into other existing and future urban efforts, including in the city's agenda that our President mentioned earlier today. And so with that, with those introductory words, I would like to go to the first of the awards, and that is to you, Mayor Sommers, Bart Sommers from Mechelen, the first winner of the Covenant of Mayors Award. Mechelen is a city that is, of course, a signatory to the Covenant of Mayors since 2012, one of the early movers, European Green Leaf just 4 years ago, and then it's a beneficiary of the European City Facility. The jury applauds Mechelen's comprehensive planning and concrete implementation steps. The city's strategy relies on a large-scale rollout of heat networks that is combined with heat storage to provide green heat to densely populated areas while maximizing the potential of local, renewable and residual heat sources. These projects were actually considered not feasible, not doable in Mechelen, but now they are supported by pilot initiatives and new heat zoning maps across the city. The implementation of this heat plan is driven by a strong local stakeholder mobilization through a heat coalition that brings together more than 25 key organizations, from district system operators, energy cooperatives, government bodies, to social housing corporations and local businesses. The jury praised in particular Mechelen's vast engagement and outreach, the efforts to get everyone on board, focusing on supporting vulnerable communities that may face energy poverty. So I would like you to join me now in welcoming Mayor Bart Sommers for the stage to receive his award.
Now a big task for a mayor, only speaking 1 minute. First of all, I would like to thank you for this beautiful award. I see it as a recognition of the hard work of our civil servants, our local communities, towns and cities. Dear colleagues, climate change is an existential challenge. It's a very complex thing. It's tough work. But you know, when the going is tough, the tough keep going. And let's be honest, the tough that are we, mayors, local communities in Europe. And why are we the tough ones? Because in times of polarization, we are the stronghold of public trust. We are the most efficient defenders of democracy. We are creative, innovative, inclusive. We are always open for cooperation. We are always open for making coalitions. And that's why we are so efficient in also creating new answers for the challenges of tomorrow. So I believe we have to take up our responsibility. We are doing that, and together with the European Union, with national governments, we are really able to take up the challenge and find answers for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mayor Bart Summers. Thank you, Bart, and congratulations. A pioneer of solutions, but also a pioneer of politics and bringing people together and making it happen. Now, the second award goes to Sanna Koskenranta, who is chair of the City Board of Lappeenranta in Finland. The Lappeenranta is, of course, also a signatory. It's since 2016. It is also a city EU mission for climate neutral and smart cities, and also received the EU Green Leaf Award just 4 years ago. Congratulations on all of those achievements and recognitions. So this year, the jury awarded Lappeenranta's ambitious carbon neutrality goal, already very low CO2 rates for heating, and a commitment to energy sovereignty of that local community. The city is fairly close to Russia, and that, of course, is something that is seen in politics and in an understanding of the very direct impact that geopolitics can have on European cities and European citizens. So that context is important, I think, for the energy sovereignty and the independence that have become pressing priorities for the city of Lappeenranta. The invasion by Russia into Ukraine in February 2022, the connected border closure, exposed some of the risks of relying on external energy sources, pushing Finnish cities like Lappeenranta to fast-track the shift to renewable sources. The city was in a good place because you had already made significant efforts in cutting heat-related emissions, transitioning from individual to district heating, powered by first natural gas and later by biomass, homegrown energy source, and therefore more secure than the imported natural gas. The city is now pushing for carbon neutrality already by 2030 by embracing low-cost, low-emission electricity to transform the district heating network. The efficient thermal energy storage uses AI-driven algorithms to optimize charging based on capacity, electricity prices, and heat demand. This improves affordability. It ensures equitable access to energy and phasing out, of course, the last remaining fossil fuels. So the jury applauded all of this, but also the technological innovation, as well as the dedication to sharing knowledge for broader replication. And with that, I would like to invite you to join me in welcoming the chair, Sanna Koskenranta, to the stage to receive the award.
It's a very beautiful green city. You should all see it by your own eyes. But thank you all. This award really motivates us to keep up the ambitious work we've already been doing in Lappeenranta. If we want to live on this planet, we have to be more ambitious in our climate goals. We have made a significant progress that we can and want to share for other cities. The key point is that people and companies can truly see the benefits of making just sustainable choices. In Europe, we've got the skills to solve global challenges. Let's show the world that we stand behind these innovations. Thank you.
Congratulations to Sanna once again. It brings us to the third award, which this year goes to the town of Domokos in Greece, represented by its mayor, Liolios Chalampos. My apologies, I try on the pronunciation. Now, Domokos is a signatory also of the Covenant of Mayors since 2013, an early mover as well. It's a municipality with only 10,000 inhabitants, and it has been praised by the jury for the extensive community engagement across the city, the ambitious project scope relative to municipal capacity and resources. The town has focused its decarbonisation efforts on public buildings, improving efficiency in educational facilities by installing air-to-water and reversible heat pumps in schools. By prioritising schools, they are creating healthier, more sustainable learning environments, and a healthy, sustainable environment is certainly more conducive to learning than any other. This sets an example for public infrastructure upgrades and benefits to citizens in a very direct way where it is most important. The jury also praised Domokos' strong focus on vulnerable groups, including children and individuals that have health conditions and need help. And so with that, I would like you to join me in welcoming Mayor Liolios Chalampos to the stage to receive the third award this year. Please.
Κυρία Ντίτε Γιώργενσον, Γενική Διευθύντρια.
Ms. Jorgensen, representatives of the Covenant of Mayors, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a great honor and a very moving moment for me personally, as well as for the citizens of the municipality of Domokos, to receive this important distinction. This award amounts to recognition of the political will and the efforts of approximately 9,000 residents who prove on a daily basis that even a small farming city in central Greece can be a pioneer in the energy transition. This success strengthens our commitment to reducing emissions by approximately 44% by 2030, and fills us with courage to continue implementing projects with direct social impact, such as solar panels in our schools and across the wider area, projects that make the lives of our families and children much better. Allow me also to extend my warm congratulations to the colleagues in Mechelen and Lappeenranta in Finland for their huge success. Our success is a collective one, and our cooperation is the future of Europe. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to our 3 award winners. And we will now move to our first panel, which will focus on powering Europe with local, clean and affordable energy. I invite my panel members to join me on the podium, please. Joined on this panel by Dita Jule Jorgensen, Director General for Energy in the European Commission, also by Tanya Christova, Mayor of Gabrova in Bulgaria, member of the board of the European Covenant of Mayors and of the Committee of Regions. Gabrova is a Covenant signatory since 2013, also a labelled city of the EU mission of climate neutral and smart cities, European Green Leaf in 2021, and also beneficiary of the European City Facility. Also, we have Alexander Sentkevich, Mayor Mykolaiv in Ukraine. He is a member of the board of the Global Covenant of Mayors and of the board of mayors and leaders of the Covenant of Mayors in Ukraine. The city of Mykolaiv is a signatory of the Covenant of Mayors since 2017, as well as one of the 12 Sun for Ukraine's flagship municipalities, which will be associated with the EU Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission. And also delighted to be joined by the 3 winners of the Covenant of Mayors Award: Bart Summers, Mayors of Mechelen in Belgium; Sanna Koskenrata, Chair of Lappeenranta City Board in Finland; and also Harlampos Lilios, Mayor of Demokos in Greece. Thank you for joining us today. So we will begin by considering the issue of energy affordability. In the last years, we have seen an increase in energy costs across Europe, which, combined with poorly insulated homes, lack of resources for renovation works, have pushed more and more Europeans into energy poverty. Energy affordability has become a critical challenge affecting millions of people. So I turn firstly to Bart Summers and Tanya Hristova to tell us how Mechelen and Gabrova are responding to this challenge. Beginning with Bart, please.
I will start. Thank you. In Mechelen, we see the fight against energy poverty as one of the central parts of our local heat strategy. It's one of the 5 guiding principles for our municipal heat plan, because energy transition can only be successful if it is fair, if people feel it improves their daily lives, not makes them more vulnerable. That's why we built a local heat coalition together with social organizations, cooperatives, housing companies, local businesses. And together with them, we looked for a way to make that transition both green and social. And this partnership has helped us to exchange expertise and develop practical solutions that can be replicated elsewhere. And I will give you 2 concrete examples. The first one is that Europe's first social housing energy community, created with our local cooperative Klimaan and the social housing company Woonland. Citizens invested €1 million to install 1,800 solar panels for 200 housing units. The tenants now benefit from clean energy at lower prices, and any surplus of energy is shared with municipal buildings. This initiative was recently recognized with the European Sustainable Energy Award. But more importantly, it showed that renewable energy can also be social energy. And a second example is our integrated home renovation service. We focus on vulnerable neighborhoods and apartment buildings with many low-income households. Recently, we launched the EU-funded REFINE project, which will channel €1 million in European subsidies into €10 million of private investments in residential renovation. Through this project, we are also testing new financial tools such as on-tax financing and energy performance guarantees to make large-scale renovations accessible to ordinary citizens. For me, this is what local climate policy should be about, not ideology, but impact, helping families lower their bills, make their homes more comfortable and strengthen their communities.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for the cities that were just awarded and for the ambition that they showcase in order to be able to help our citizens. And in this regard, when we talk about energy poverty, because lack of energy affordability actually means energy poverty, we have to know that we are facing something which is quite a social challenge, because people are faced to make tough options as solutions. They have to choose whether to have their homes underheated or very hot, or to make so that their bills can be reasonable and affordable. In my city, we are also very ambitious, and we have a very ambitious energy efficiency strategy that involves very strongly and very closely with us the policy related to energy efficiency and to energy affordability. And I have to say that for us in Gabrovo, we see energy affordability as part of the clean energy transition itself. And for me, part of the only answer to this challenge is inclusion. Inclusion in decisions, inclusion in benefits, and also inclusion in responsibilities. And here I would like to share a few examples that are happening in my city, which is very proud to be part of the Covenant of Mayors, and also emotionally engaged and with great ambition working in the mission for climate neutrality. For the recent 10-12 years, we have invested a lot in renovating multifamily buildings. This really helps people to decrease their bills and to feel the benefits of energy efficiency. And these investments have shown how European solidarity translates into everyday improvements for our citizens. But we have also learned that investing in infrastructure is not enough, because people must be part of the transition. And in this regard, I'm very happy that my city, Gabrovo, is the pioneer in Bulgaria for establishing energy communities, which actually engages people not only in energy saving, but also in production of energy. But the more important aspect is that we unleash the social energy, and that we show that people, when are engaged with clear rules and rights, they are really very active, and they can provide for the social fairness, which is part of the ambition to achieve energy affordability. And something that is part of our ambition to be mission-oriented for climate neutrality, I would like to mention one very interesting project which we called Net Zero Hero. And it is focusing on a whole quarter, working and testing different models of energy activities, but more specifically engaging citizens which are active and which are showcasing their experiences, and in this way they translate technical process into community projects. And this is what I think Covenant of Mayors is actually trying to help us on local basis, because this is how European cohesion and ambition can turn into tangible shared results and can affect every household. Although maybe later we will speak about the limits that we experience, because we have the ambition, we see the engagement of citizens, but unfortunately what we are limited is the limits of the coherence financing and also the capacity which will provide for the municipality, for the cities and regions to be real partners of this energy transition.
Thank you very much for these excellent examples of direct action, focusing on both technological solutions but also social solutions and engagement with citizens. During the energy crisis, many municipalities took urgent measures to secure supply and protect their citizens. Turning to you, Sanja Koskanranta and Alexander Senchkevich, do you see the actions that you took during the last years as having lasting impact on your local energy systems, the energy costs, and also consumer behaviour? And how might they shape your future clean energy ambitions?
Thank you. After Russia attacked Ukraine, Finland cut off electricity and natural gas imports on a fast schedule. Since then, the general view has been that we must not support Russian war of aggression by buying energy. This, of course, led to higher prices. In Finland, we still have cold, snowy winters, And during the energy crisis, the electricity bill of a private house could rise as much as 1,000 euros per month. No one wants to pay such amounts, so action had to be taken. People learned to monitor how much electricity they use and to change their habits. A high price is a strong motivator. As a result of an energy crisis, we turn to alternative energy solutions, and the effects are here to stay. The behavior of ordinary people is important, but major changes happen when companies change their way to operate. Cost matters for businesses, and there are more and more innovations regarding side streams in energy production. In Lappeenranta, choosing green energy is now simple and practical. A big part of this progress comes from cutting emission from district heating. I hope to see more wind and solar power in Lappeenranta in the future, but in both cases we face some challenges. Our border location makes it hard to build wind power, and long dark winters aren't in favor of solar energy. Therefore, we need to turn to other sustainable energy options.
Dear colleagues, Excellencies, it's a big honor for me to be here today and represent the city of Mykolaiv, but actually in my speech I will touch not only problems of the city of Mykolaiv, but actually all the Ukrainian cities, because we live now in the same situation in the times of war. It's really hard to think about green transition, decarbonizations in the times of war, but Ukrainian cities think about it and even build our future, taking in account all these measures. During the energy crisis, municipalities like ours had to act fast, securing supply, protecting citizens and maintaining essential services. These measures revealed both our vulnerabilities and our creativity in responding under pressure. Citizens became active participants in saving energy and supporting local solutions. The majority citizens of the city of Mykolaiv live in multi-apartment buildings, as in the biggest cities of Ukraine. And to stimulate the green transition in the housing sector, the city launched a local program that allows residents of such buildings to receive compensation for the part of interest and body of loans taken for energy-saving projects. These projects typically focus on modernizations of heating, of the heating systems and installation of individual building heating units, and this approach helps us to extend the modernization efforts by sharing both the cost and benefits with the citizens. Only in, you may say, it's nonsense in the times of war, but only in 2025, this year, 44 associations of co-owners of the multi-apartment buildings took loans, and we helped them to run these programs, which includes about 12,000 citizens only for this opportunity. The short-term emergency responses are now shaping our long-term systems. The energy crisis and military aggression acted as a catalyst for the clean energy transition. Mykolaiv is constantly facing massive military attacks on energy system. Russians, especially now in front of cold winter, they started to attack our generation, our transportation of electricity, our generation and district heating facilities, boiler houses, just to make us give up, but we won't do it. So the situation, in this situation, Mykolaiv is being forced to adopt solutions that simultaneously shape a new system of climate resilience infrastructure. We installed solar panel plants in city hospitals and educational facilities, institutions, allowing critical services to keep running even during the complete blackout. For example, operating rooms and intensive care units can now function autonomously using solar energy, saving lives even in conditions of war. Special attention is given to the use of cogeneration. As soon as we use the natural gas to heat our districts, we install the cogeneration units which provide also electricity while providing the heat for our municipality buildings. We are creating energy islands, which means that even if we don't have access to the state grid of electricity, we are able to run the electricity supply for our local very important buildings like hospitals and schools and other critical infrastructure, just generating this electricity for ourselves. The crisis forced immediate actions, but now we are turning those lessons into lasting progress for the cleaner and more resilient cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those examples, and it's clear that we hear and we can see that these short-term responses will really have long-term impacts for the citizens in the regions and also bring multiple other benefits. So the transition to clean energy is clearly a challenge for all regions and cities, regardless of size. But we have in our audience today and our panel a clear example of a small city that has taken action. So Damascus has also shown it's possible to cut the reliance on fossil fuels while also engaging the whole community. So we would like to hear from Haralampos Lilios what has been the key to this success and also maybe what have been the main challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyen. The transition is a challenge for everyone, even more so at Damascus, because we're a small farming community with limited resources and old infrastructure. However, we were able to move forward. The key of our success was the engagement of the entire community, I dare say, and engagement with various bodies. We started with the low-hanging fruit, schools and kindergartens. We installed heat pumps, VRV systems, solar panels on the roofs of schools, and improved the energy efficiency. We reduced dependence on fossil fuels, and at the same time we offered our children an environment propitious for learning, especially for those experiencing respiratory problems. At the same time, we move forward with net metering. We have now a centralized solar panel park at the municipal community of Makrirachi that will benefit poor households. Thus, we maximize the benefits and share the savings among the most vulnerable citizens from an economic point of view. The challenges have been manifold. The first one was a financial one. We're a small municipality. You understand we cannot fund such projects on our own. We, however, secured the support of the Union of Greek Ship Owners. They supported our efforts. We engaged with the Ministry of Infrastructure. They offered institutional and technical assistance, and we also worked with universities and research institutions. The other challenge was to engage the citizens in an active way. For this reason, we organized debates and consultations, information sessions. We made the relevant municipal council decisions, which allowed our participation in 19 energy communities. This gave all our citizens the opportunity to share the benefits, especially the most vulnerable ones, the energy poor households. So the key boils down to three things: strategic focus, innovative tools, including virtual net metering and net billing, and above all, an open collaboration scheme with citizens and partners. In this way, the Mokos has demonstrated that even a small farming community can be small but ambitious and contribute meaningfully to the clean energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing these insights and how you've placed the citizens at the heart of your energy transition and decarbonisation planning. So we have had some insights and heard from our cities and regions. I now turn to Director General Dieter Juhl-Jorgensen to give us some insights in how the European Commission is supporting the energy transition in European cities and towns.
Thank you very much, Seamus, and thank you very much to the mayors and the panel for the very interesting insights from small rural communities to a city that is literally under attack by a foreign power and having to manage that situation, as well as cities where we see that war and the energy crisis having driven progress and transition and change for the better. So very, very inspiring to hear. I think as I'm listening to mayors and here with you, I think we are each other's natural partners, the European Union and local communities. We in Europe, in the European Commission here in Brussels, we work to develop initiatives, policy measures, programs, legislation that works for Europeans across Europe and that will have to bring results locally in the cities where you are, where the mayors are working and leading. The energy transition is one of the most fundamental and most important policies now, both for the climate, as others have said, but also for European affordability, competitiveness, well-being, fairness, and of course for our security, and it was mentioned very clearly by Sana and Alexander, energy is very much part of a security agenda and necessary for our security. And of course, the way we do it, we want to do it in a way that works for cities, for towns, for local communities. We want to do it in a way that is simple, implementable, and that actually delivers and brings results. And we can only do that if we have a good understanding of what are the challenges, what doesn't work, what are the areas of legislation or programs that do not bring the results that were intended. And so again, I think this conversation, the dialogue, the cooperation between local communities and cities, mayors, and the European Commission really is essential, certainly essential for us to have the opportunity to listen and dialogue. So that is in a way at the macro level of how we work to support. It's the dialogue, it's the way we hope that you will contribute to having your say, the public consultations around initiatives that can have an impact locally. Then there's a lot of other things, and some of it has already been mentioned here. We have the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub to support cities that identify or to help them identify people that suffer from energy poverty. We already have more than 300 use cases from the online atlas, very impressive results. We have the Smart Cities Marketplace that offers technical assistance and investment. It helps leverage private investments. I think Mayor Bart Somers mentioned an example of European support leveraging significant private funding, and so really a necessary component of doing what needs to be done. We have other programs, Life Horizon, that offer financial backing for environmental or innovative projects. We have capacities projects. We have the forthcoming EU agenda for cities that will help simplify and streamline and really bolster the efforts that are ongoing. So a lot of concrete examples as well, but I do think it is quite important to look at it also as our policies and our initiatives as much as possible being local by design. Thank
you very much for your insights. we can see that we have a strong policy agenda. We have a strong range of supports and initiatives and funding streams, and we have to try to navigate that complex environment. Our energy efficiency legislation has set very ambitious targets, and we have touched on that implementation is key, and that should happen in our local towns, cities and regions. So I will pose the next question to the Mayor Histora, Mayor Lilios, Summers and Koskenrata to ask you, how are you ensuring that political leadership at the city level is able to deliver on these targets, especially faced with the limits that have been mentioned? And do you believe that the European Union and the national governments are giving the cities the political and financial autonomy needed to be the true drivers of change at a local level? So I begin with Tanya, the Mayor of Cristova.
Thank you very much for this crucial and very important question, because it touches what is truly defined as a political leadership today. And this is something very important, because without ambition we cannot reach our really important goals, which are related to climate and to energy. And climate and energy affects every one of us across Europe and across the globe. So for me personally, the leadership and this aspect to lead is not only to showcase that you can manage complicated projects and achieve targets. For me, and I believe for many mayors who are sitting here in this beautiful hall, it is to be able to translate the European objectives and strategic goals into concrete and tangible results that are felt on the ground. And in this regard, I would like to say that in my city, Gabrovo, we have the clear ambition, and it says that we are motivated to work for our climate neutrality until 2030. This motivated us to become part of the mission for climate neutrality, and this happened thanks to our membership and our work with the Covenant of Mayors and with our Eco Energy Association. And although we are not a big city, I have to say, and I was mentioning this in the debate with Vice President Fito, that it is not only the big cities that matter. We that represent smaller and medium-sized cities are also with great ambitions, and we are also the laboratories of change, and we deserve to have the role of co-creators instead of just implementing policies which very often prove that because they do not engage leaders from the beginning and do not engage with the co-creative approach, they fail. And this is something that we owe to our citizens. And this is something that we try to do in my city. Because thanks to these high ambitions, we have managed to renovate all our educational schools, and we introduced ambitious energy measures. We are now transforming multi-residential building. We have introduced energy efficiency and smart street lighting facilities. We are the first city in Bulgaria which currently runs intercity electric bus. It covers the distance from my city to the capital. We are transforming our community transport, and this is something that brings hope that climate and energy transition really could be a good opportunity for improving the quality of our citizens. But I have to mention something that it is related to the negative side of what we do not have today. Because unfortunately, although we hear the highly ambitious and positive messages from Europe, unfortunately, sometimes we are misunderstood on the national level, and it prevents us on the local platform to be efficient, to be systematic, and to be able not to invest just in fragmented projects, but to be really engaged with ecosystematic transition, which is something I believe is the focus of the EU agenda for cities. And this is something that I strongly believe will be designed and implemented together with the European Commission and also together with the national level, because this is the three-level cooperation and multi-level governance which will ensure that the policies designed in Europe will be supported on the national level and will be place-based. So in this regard, we are very often speaking of three very important things, which I will just briefly mention. We really need direct access to EU instruments which are coherent, which are coordinated, and which are not so many in number, because we cannot manage to cover all of them, and we probably sometimes fail to provide opportunities through them to our communities. We need to have more flexibility. Yes, simplification, but it is not to be centralization. So we need really to have trust. The trust is the glue that will allow us to be more efficient. And of course, if we have trust and if we work together, we will for sure simplify the procedures and we will be rewarding to our communities. I think this is the direction that we have to follow together, and we have the objective, which is to bring fairness and cohesion to our territories.
Thank you, Mayor. And now pass to Mayor Lilioulis.
Thank you. Maybe this is the most critical and most crucial question in this transitional process of energy transformation, clean energy transition, rather. So indeed, the European legislation on energy performance sets very high goals. However, these goals are implemented and applied locally at the municipalities. Now, to us in Domokos, to make sure that there is political leadership means that we need to show the way and to show in practice that green transition pertains to the daily lives of citizens. This is not something abstract. It is translated into better schools for children, lower energy costs for families, and a cleaner environment for everyone. So when citizens are witnessing these results, then they are convinced and they are more involved. Of course, there are significant challenges. Small municipalities such as ours have limited resources, both financial resources as well as human resources. Red tape and bureaucracy causes many delays in the implementation, and many times there is reluctance by institutions that are afraid of anything new. However, what plays an important part there is cooperation. We in Domoko would not have done it without forming strong alliances with energy communities, sharing benefits in a just way, with institutions that have offered cooperation, as well as with public and private institutions that have supported our work. Now, as to whether the EU and national governments allow the cities to be autonomous as they need, I'd say that there has been progress, but this is not enough. At this point, I'd like to submit a proposal if we are to help ourselves in the future. We can take for granted that we need greater flexibility in funding, greater access to European projects, and less red tape and bureaucracy. Municipalities, in particular the smallest of municipalities, are in the first line. They are in direct contact with the citizens, and they are able to mobilize citizens much faster than any other institution. Domokos has proven that even a small rural municipality can significantly contribute to green transition. So if Europe and the member states trust more local governments and allow them to work with the necessary tools, then cities and regions can become the main guides of this climate change that we all want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now pass the floor to Mayor Summers.
Thank you. Leadership, of course, it's always important. Certainly for very complex challenges like climate change. What do? You make a plan. a heat plan. We are good in making plans. We are not alone. Also, national governments can make plans, institutes make plans, European Commission make plans. There are a lot of people can make plans. But then how to make it a reality? For complex challenges, you need cooperation. And that's where we are good in. Because I think we differ in two ways from national politics. National politics is often blocked today by polarization, discussion, ideological clashes. We are more pragmatic, we are doers. We cannot wait until the end of the ideological discussion. So that's one of the things we differ. And the second thing is that national politics often thinks vertical. We think horizontal. We are very good in bringing people with different backgrounds together. So if you have a heat plan, you have a heat coalition. We make that. And we bring different worlds together. Businesses, governments, civil society. And they all think in a different way about the problem. They all have different approaches. They sometimes live on different planets, but we bring them together. And that's the strength of a local community, of a city. You create innovation because they start speaking with each other and they find out new, let's say, solutions. So that's where we are good in. But it's not enough. And then comes Europe. And that's what I strongly believe in. We need more cooperation between local communities and the European level. We are natural allies. Exactly what Mrs. Jurgensen said. But it has to be more than a narrative, more than a slogan. We have to do it. And it's not so easy, to be honest. You have thousands and thousands of cities. How can you speak with all of them at the same time? How do we organize it in practical? But we need it because we can offer, let's say, the ways or the problems that have to be tackled on a supranational level. So by speaking with each other, we understand each other better and we can also find new solutions. So I think we have to do that more. I see in the urban agenda, for example, for me it's a positive thing because there you create platforms where the Commission directly speaks with local communities. And we can say what are our difficulties, the obstacles we see. And they can work to remove those obstacles. We can explain them like my colleague here that too many programs, it doesn't work for us. Keep it simple, keep it easy for us, keep it direct. We can explain why our national politics is not helping us enough. So direct access to the European Commission, to the programs of the European Commission is something crucial. It's not easy because everybody speaks about it. I truly believe that also in the European Commission, a lot of people say, yeah, we have to do that. But of course, it's a little bit out of the legal framework of our institutions. But we need to do it because climate change needs that coalition. So my plea in leadership is we do what we can on the local level. We create coalitions. We are innovative. But we need Europe to be a real partner. And we want to be a real partner of the European Commission and the European institutions to solve this big challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Summers, and I pass the floor to Chair Koskenranta. Thank you.
Thank you. In Lappeenranta, we have already set ambitious goals, and we really want to lead the way to the green reality with the citizens and the companies. We are a model student in the eyes of EU, Greenleaf winner 2021, member of EU Climate Mission, and now also awarded by EU Covenant. But how do we get people and companies involved? I would say through visible results and by demonstrating the benefits. In Lappeenranta, we have one of the best universities, LUT, and this is not just my opinion. LUT has also quite high rankings as well. We have close cooperation with our university, and what they do is solve global challenges every day. For example, power-to-X technology, which is used to produce carbon-neutral fuel and protein for food. We say that food can be made from thin air. and that is if something is truly meaningful. So we are talking about visible actions for our citizens, but also actions that can help solve issues such as world hunger. The other part of the question was whether we believe in national or EU support for these efforts. I must answer honestly, if that's okay. Lappeenranta is located 30 kilometers from the Russian border. All cooperation with our neighbor has been cut off because of the war, and that is totally understandable. Totally understandable. But the impact is huge. We lose 1 million euros every day in trade and services. And yes, you heard right, 1 million euros per day. 73 inhabitants in Lappeenranta, so the impact is huge. And what we have gotten in return, only sympathy. I truly hope that Europe takes the challenge of the border regions seriously and supports the significant projects being carried out for the green transition. In leadership, I believe in the power of example. Words are not enough if actions are not visible. And I expect actions from both the government and EU as well. And one more wish for the EU: let innovation grow. If we stand in our own way, China and USA, for example, will overtake us.
Thank you very much for those very powerful, thoughtful and, in fact, challenging considerations, which I know have been heard by the Commission representatives, and I think we can feel in the room that they represent the views of the Covenant. But we're also aware that the cities and regions have had to respond very quickly to really critical energy issues. And we've heard about the war in Ukraine, which has put cities and regions at the forefront of Europe's efforts to secure energy for all citizens and ensuring energy supply sovereignty to keeping homes warm during the winter. So, Alexander Senchkovich, again, to hear from you in the context of how Mykolaiv is balancing this harsh reality while also pursuing its energy transition.
Thank you. Thanks God you don't have war in your countries, but you have to learn from us, because you can review the war not only as a war like we see it on the TV, but as a disaster, because all of you can have any kind of disaster, earthquakes, floods, heavy rains, and so on, so you can learn from us how to survive in such conditions. For example, Mykolaiv was the 500,000 city before the full-scale invasion. I was elected as a mayor in 2015 and re-elected in 2020. Our city was the second biggest port in Ukraine. We had a shipbuilding, turbine building plants, and actually we were the biggest shipbuilding city in Soviet Union. We built all the aircraft carriers of Soviet Union, including the warship Moskva, which now feeds the fish in the Black Sea. So we planned our future together and according to the Covenant of Mayors plan, and we wanted to be a part of the European Union. Actually, now we are proving that we are Europeans and that we selected our Western civilization plan. Sometimes I hear that people ask if Ukrainians are ready to be Europeans. We were born ready. And this war actually started in 2014 when we declared that we want to be a part of the European Union. So back to our survival. Our city got a title as city hero because we stopped the Russian invasion on the south of Ukraine. Actually, the front line now in 60 kilometers from our city. In 2022, in April month, Russians destroyed our water intake. 500,000 city for 3.5 years lives without the drinking water in our pipes. We managed how to bring the technical water from the river which our city stays on, but because of the closeness to the Black Sea, we have a technical water in our pipes. But we managed to create 260 water spots around the city. We supply them with batteries and solar panels to provide people with the drinking water, even in the blackouts, in the total. If you know, the blackout means that you don't have electricity, so your water pumps unable to pump this water to the end citizen. So our people have to go and bring fresh water every day on an everyday basis. But anyway, they know where to go in case of absence of the drinking water, and we know how to supply them with this drinking water. And we're ready to share with this experience. Thanks God, a year ago, President Zelensky decided to find funds from the state budget, and we built a new pipe from another river for 70 kilometers. And since October 7, we managed to provide the city with this non-salty water, and we are trying to clean it to the level of drinking. So in the nearest time, I hope the next year, we will have the drinking water in all our houses. So we also supplied our water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant with the solar plants together with the help of SECO, and it will allow us to operate with the water systems even in the times of blackouts and absence of electricity in our cities. Resilience for us is more than just rebuilding. We think how to build back better and how to build back greener. In our case, in the city of Mykolaiv, we also think how to build forward. Together with United Nations Economic Commission for Europe under initiative UN for Ukrainian cities, Mykolaiv and Kharkiv became two cities which decided to develop a concept master plan for the city, where we plan and include all these green technologies and ideas on decarbonization of the city in the master plans. The EU supports, particularly Covenant of Mayors East project has been essential in this process since the beginning of Russian invasion. Covenant of Mayors East has provided special support measures for Ukrainian municipalities, offering technical advice, peer learning, the advocacy for our needs in European forums. Together with COM East and Global Covenant of Mayors partners, we are ensuring that Ukrainian recovery is not just rebuilding, but it's rebuilding green. Mykolaiv is included in the list of 100 cities that were funded by the Bloomberg philanthropies to create green project developed by youth. 17 projects already implemented now in Mykolaiv and in times of war now, and 9 more are in the process of implementation. So even in times of war, we are not abandoning our energy transition. We are proving that resilience and decarbonizations are the foundation of Ukrainians' recovery. In the end of my speech, I would like to thank you, to all of you, because as you know, there is no money of mayor or government, there is money of people, the taxpayers. So we are now surviving and planning our future thanks to you and to your constant help in resistance of Russian aggression. Thank you to all of you, to each of you, and don't be tired. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for your inspiration, and I think you can feel in the room the commitment and the support from everybody here and indeed online. So finally I turn to Director General Dieter Juul Jorgensen for your view on the role that cities and regions do and should have in the future, and those regional authorities, what they can play, the role they play in the energy transition.
Thank you very much, Seamus, and also from my side, a particular thanks to Alexander for bringing the experience, the insights, but also for your continued commitment to Europe and to making Europe better, Ukraine and the European Union, and Ukraine in the European Union. Local communities, cities, mayors, local authorities have an absolutely essential role in the energy transition for our competitiveness, for our security, and for the climate. Mayors, and I think Bart said it, you're doers. You make things happen. You work together, you find solutions. If it requires innovation to find the best solutions, well, then you innovate. And so I really hesitate from where I am sitting to give any sort of advice or make suggestions for what role should mayors play. You know your cities, you know your citizens, you know your local administration. You're there. You live with them, surrounded by them, and talk to them. I sit in an office in Brussels, and so I'm fairly far removed from that local reality. So it's not for me to give advice. The only thing I would say is that what I have heard here today are very good examples of that partnership between the European level and the local level. I think many of my co-panelists have been very concrete, very operational, very specific in what they would like to see more of or less of. They would like to see less, a lower number of funds and entry ports. It's more complex with the many types of programs and titles and requirements. Specifically, we have addressed that, or we're working to address that in the proposal for our multi-annual financial framework, really simplifying to a much, much lower number, but as you have said, simplifying without centralizing. So that balance between the simple and the flexible, to leave room for local implementation, local results that are adapted to the situation, whether it is that situation so heavily impacted by war. And I must say, I didn't know that the economic impact was that significant. So that's an important piece of information to have heard here today. And so that specificity, that advice, that local view really is essential for us to get things as right as possible at European level, so that, again, it comes to local level and you can help make it happen and bring the results for your citizens, your businesses, your communities. So I guess the only request I would have, the only suggestion I would make to mayors really is to help us continue the dialogue. I met yesterday with the president of a region in Italy, and it was the best half hour I had had for a very long time, because it is so interesting to hear the specifics, the challenges, the specifics of the region. How does that particular region, that local community, manage the energy transition with energy affordability and security for large industry in the region? I learned a lot more in that half hour than I would have in many other places. And again, I've learned a lot more over this past hour than I would have sitting in my office. That conversation, that dialogue, that specificity, that advice from you is absolutely essential for us to build our policies in the best possible way, so that you can help bring the results on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, and thank you to my panel members for their amazing engagement and contributions. Clearly, we have lots of examples just from this small number of contributors of fantastic work happening, but we hear a clear message that we need to maintain communication and dialogue between the local, regional, national and indeed European institutions. We need a fully collective effort to address the challenge of climate change and to deliver on our ambitious energy transition goals. Please join me again in showing our appreciation for our panel members. Thank you very much. And so, the Covenant of Mayors of Climate and Energy is really a global initiative spread across all continents. You are part of a global alliance of 13,000, that was the answer to the question we had earlier on. 13,000 cities and towns, over 10,000 of which are in Europe, all committed to the same goal: reducing our carbon footprint, making our communities resilient to the impacts of climate change, while also ensuring no one is left behind. To celebrate this large family of the Covenant of Mayors and to be close to you on this special day, some mayors from around the world have recorded a message for you.
Вітаю, Європо! Я Андрій Найда, мер міста Калуша. У годі мерів ми з 2023 року. До 2030 року наша громада повинна стати екоіндустріальною столицею Заходу України. А для цього до 2030 року ми повинні зменшити викиди СО2 на 30%. І ми це зробимо. Зробимо спільно з угодою мерів. Хочу побажати угоді мерів процвітання, розвитку, реалізації всіх їхніх кліматичних ініціатив. Так що бажаю всім чудової церемонії.
Salut Europa, mă numesc Nicolae.
Hello Europe, my name is Nicolae Dandish. I am mayor of Cahul in the Republic of Moldova. Our city joined the Covenant of Mayors in 2024, and thanks to this project we have developed and approved the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, which we are implementing step by step. For example, with the support of the EU support, we have managed to have an intelligent public lighting system. With the support of Germany and the EU, we are carrying out another high project for which we are looking for resources in order to obtain a better public transportation and to improve the energy efficiency of public platforms. And this helps us to gain the necessary experience and expertise in order to implement the plan. And it also helps us align with European standards as a country, especially when we're talking about Chapter 15 on energy or Chapter 24 on the environment. We want to support our cities, our localities, and the Republic of Moldova as a whole to become a part of the European community. That is our wish, and I wish everyone success. And of course, I wish you have an excellent ceremony.
A ação climática apoia a resiliência de todos os setores da minha cidade. Na minha cidade, Serra Talhada, a nossa prioridade é fortalecer a economia circular e implementar energia fotovoltaica nos prédios públicos. Agora é hora de desbloquear as finanças globais. Esse é o momento em que tudo depende disso.
Climate action supports the resilience of every sector in my city. In my city, engaging the community groups to take action in adapting and mitigating climate change are priorities.
気候変動対策は大府市のすべての産業や暮らしを支える基盤です。大府市では省エネ・再エネ設備の導入や次世代自動車の推進が重要課題です。世界の資源を今こそ地域へ未来がかかっています。
Hello Europe. My name is Viorel Jardan. I'm mayor of Loznova in Moldova. Our city is a part of the Covenant of Mayors. has been so since 2016, and in the meantime we have managed to implement a series of measures related to energy efficiency that have been so important for public buildings and local institutions. Meanwhile, an energy and climate action plan has been developed, and this month we will begin working on expanding and updating this document. The households in our locality and public institutions have shown that they are able to adapt to what is required of them and to improve energy efficiency of public buildings in order to have a community that is resilient. Moreover, in the face of climate change, we are compelled to combine our current realities with infrastructure projects which are essential for the development of our community. The European development model and the best practices are essential for us, for cities and towns in the Republic of Moldova. I wish you a successful event.
Climate actions support the resilience of every sector in my city. In my city, solar energy on public buildings and low carbon emissions are priorities. In my city, community partnership to expand green spaces is a priority. In my city, sustainable waste management and energy efficient infrastructure are priorities.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 부산광역시장 박형준입니다. G콤 유럽 사무국 연례 행사의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 기후위기는 우리의 일상을 위협하는 현실이 되었습니다. 우리가 지금 즉시 행동하지 않으면 머지않은 미래에 인류의 문명 자체가 미중유의 위기에 처할 것입니다. 탄소 중립의 조속한 실현 이외에는 다른 길이 없습니다. 이를 위해서는 정부 차원의 정책적, 제도적 노력이 필수적입니다. 아울러 생활 속 작은 변화와 시민 한 사람 한 사람의 실천도 중요합니다. 일반 시민과 더 가까이 있는 지방정부는 시민의 작은 실천을 하나로 모아 거대한 물결로 만드는 데 큰 역할을 할 수 있습니다. 부산은 2023년 G콤에 가입한 이후 온실가스 배출 현황을 체계적으로 파악하고 기후위기 취약성을 분석하며 대응 기반을 다져왔습니다. 특히 그린 스마트 도시라는 비전 아래 시민 스스로 변화를 만드는 문화를 만들어가고 있습니다. 탄소 중립 실현을 앞당길 지방정부의 연대는 우리가 다음 세대에 건네는 가장 큰 선물이 될 것입니다. G콤 유럽 연례 행사가 그 결속을 다지는 큰 계기가 되길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
La acción climática apoya la resiliencia de todos los sectores de mi ciudad. En mi ciudad, la recolección diferenciada de residuos y su tratamiento adecuado, así como la gestión de los riesgos a través de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza, son la prioridad en la ciudad de Oriamuno, en Costa Rica.
Вітаю, Європа! Я Ніла Островська, Красилівський міський голова з України. Моя громада доєдналася до ініціативи угоди мерів ще в квітні 2021 року. Ми отримали додаткові можливості у доступі до інноваційних технологій. Ми навчаємось, ми впроваджуємо енергоефективні проекти у нашій громаді. Маємо багато успіхів, але у ці надзвичайно складні часи для нашої країни ми повинні зберігати екологію, незважаючи ні на що, і також направляти основний ресурс на допомогу нашій армії. А тому наші енергоефективні заходи направлені на те, щоб ми економили бюджетні кошти і якомога більше коштів направляли на допомогу українській армії. Я дякую угоді мерів за постійну підтримку, за те, що ви дійсно з нами у ці надзвичайно важкі часи. І бажаю плідної, результативної церемонії сьогодні.
I'm Manuel de Araújo, the mayor of Quelimane City in Mozambique.
I'm representing the Covenant of Mayors in Sub-Saharan Africa. My city, the city of Quelimane, joined the Covenant community in 2015. The city of Quelimane is a coastal city, and we've been working in several programs dealing with climate action and energy. We are very proud of working with COMSA, and we wish you a lovely ceremony.
So we sincerely thank those mayors from across the world and the globe that have contributed to our day, and we hope many of them are watching online as we stream this ceremony. We now change our perspective and change our view and turn our attention to the significant risks posed to us all by the effects of climate change. We have heard already reference today to the heat waves, for example in Spain and Portugal, where July temperatures reached 46 degrees. The forest fires, again in Spain, Portugal and Greece, again referenced by President von der Leyen, and the mobilization of resources to fight those. The flooding in northern Italy and other parts of Europe are all having increasing severity and recurring with greater frequency. Climate change does not respect borders. Its impacts are felt in every corner of Europe, in our cities, our countrysides, and our communities. But while the scale of the challenge is global, we are hearing that the solutions have to be delivered at a local level. So it is crucial to mitigate against climate change by decarbonising our economies. It is also crucial to prepare our territories for what may be unavoidable impacts. And we all understand that such preparedness and risk management and those policies associated have to be tailored to respond to the local needs and regional level. So we will explore this topic in our next panel, focused on protecting Europe from climate risk through local resilience. So to kick us off, we will listen to a video message by Wopke Hoekstra, European Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero and Clean Growth, who is also unavailable because of the College of Europe Commission's meetings.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to address you today for this year's EU Covenant of Mayors ceremony. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm delighted to be able to address you in this way. Before anything else, I want to say to you how much the EU Covenant of Mayors matters. You're the first EU initiative built from the ground up, driving energy and climate action. And you're a community of leaders who truly recognize how climate action can change quality of life, safety, and economic growth in your towns. And you understand people's needs and the challenges they face. And as we all know, climate change is profoundly disrupting societies and economies. Extreme weather events, from heat waves to rising sea levels, are impacting every single community you represent. This is costing lives. It's also costing money. So what is the answer? Well, we must prioritize strategic planning and resilience building. And we must do so to better withstand the challenges ahead. Cities like Getafe, Reggio Emilia, Stockholm and Mannheim are leading by example. You are showing how urban design, nature-based solutions, and, as a matter of fact, strong governance protect communities and revive local economies. The second point I wanted to make is about multi-level governance. Local and regional leaders cannot succeed in isolation. Neighboring areas should actually work together. And everyone should understand their part in handling risk. So you need support from your government. You need support from the European Union. And the same is true vice versa. And that is why the European Commission is developing a new integrated framework for climate resilience and risk management. That is foreseen for the end of next year. And let me tell you, it is going to be ambitious. And the idea is to align efforts on resilience across the European Union, national and local levels. And we also have the Climate Adaptation Mission. The mission is doing great work with front-runner regions and local authorities, helping them to better grasp climate risks they face and develop plans to address them. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a start. There's a lot more to come on resilience and adaptation. And I know we can continue to count on you as the EU Covenant of Mayors in order to build a safer and prosperous Europe for all of our citizens. So thank you once again for your dedication and for your leadership.
Thank you to the Commissioner. Thank you to the Commissioner for those encouraging words and foresight. I would now like to ask the panel members for our second panel to please join me on the podium. So while we wait for Mr. Dusik to join us, I will introduce the panel to you. So the panel will consist of Jan Dusik, who is Deputy General Director of Climate Action of the European Commission. We also have Sarah Hernandez Barroso, Mayor of Getafe in Spain. Getafe is the signatory of the Covenant of Mayors since 2014, participating in the technical assistance of the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, and also has been a beneficiary of the European City Facility. Carlotta Bonvicini is the Deputy Mayor of Reggio Emilia in Italy. Reggio Emilia is a signatory of the Covenant of Mayors since the beginning in 2009, so a long history with the Covenant, and also a beneficiary of the European City Facility. Åsa Lindhagen, Deputy Mayor of Stockholm in Sweden, and a member of the board of the European Covenant of Mayors. Stockholm is also a signatory of the Covenant of Mayors since its beginning and a labelled city of the EU mission for climate neutral and smart cities. Also joining us is Diana Pretzel, Deputy Mayor of the city of Mannheim in Germany. Mannheim is a signatory of the Covenant of Mayors since 2010 and a labelled city of the EU mission of climate neutral and smart cities. And I had the pleasure of visiting the city last year to work with their energy agency. And finally on our panel we have Julia Domac, Director of the Northwest Croatian Energy and Climate Agency, or REGIA. He is a member of the board of the EU Covenant of Mayors. Also, REGIA is a Covenant of Mayors supporter since 2014 and is acting as a national hub in the European City Facility. So, we will begin. Let us consider the accelerating challenges of climate change, which is putting citizens' lives at risk and causing devastating impacts across our cities and towns. So our cities and towns need to be better prepared to face these frequent heat waves, flooding incidents, and other climate-related impacts. And also climate change is disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable groups in our society. So we will begin by addressing these by talking to Mayor Barroso and Mayor Bonvicini about how are you managing to tackle these issues in the respective cities of Getafe and Reggio Emilia. So please, Mayor Barroso.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas.
A very good morning to you all. First of all, permit us from Getafe to thank all of the institutions, the members of the Covenant of Mayors of the European Union for the Climate and Energy, all of the authorities here for giving us this great opportunity to be here today to talk about the experience of Getafe. Not only to talk about it, but also to drink from other amazing experiences in other cities, to continue learning, to continue improving. In the case of Getafe, we were clear that we needed to bring together three concepts that should go hand in hand in any public policy in this area. First of all, to speak to and consolidate about something so important as the right to energy. Then its residential application, and third, a physical concept that the home is not just a house, that it should extend its walls out to cover the district, the squares, the streets, so that all of the environment is our true home. If these concepts were clear, the reality would also be clear. A completely stubborn reality of climate change with cold snaps, heat waves, which affects citizens as a whole, but which more importantly had a particular affectation on the more disadvantaged people. And there is a maxim in Getafe that we cannot advance unless we all advance together. Aware of the reality, aware of what we had to do, we needed a fourth tool, which is a fourth area, which is the tools to improve and implement the best solutions adapted to our needs, because it was clear that each specific need needed a specific solution. It wasn't a case of one size fits all. We carried out a diagnosis and we started gathering data. Only on the basis of data were we able to offer the best solutions. And this came from the EPIU program, the Energy Poverty Intelligence Unit, from the European Healthy Homes Project, which helped us to learn that this policy of action against climate change was not going to help the most disadvantaged. It didn't resolve the problem, it just covered it up. We knew that we had to have a cross-cutting action where the whole of the township were to act in the same way. And of course, we couldn't do it just with the local public administration. We had to work together with our citizens, universities and public and private institutions in a totally collaborative model. And in Getafe, we said it loud and clear. We never lose an opportunity to do so. These European tools have given us the amazing opportunity to create more comfortable districts, to create cities which are healthier, which are capable of tackling the climate emergency. And with all of that, we developed a roadmap which is our refurbishment strategy for the urban environment, gaining efficiency and efficacy in the operation with the data which we mentioned before and the diagnosis achieved, giving priority to those districts which have the weakest kind of building, which is basically where the most disadvantaged live, the migrant and the working classes. I'll wind up. We know that we're doing things well. Allow me to be so bold as to say that we are on the right road. We consider that all of the city should be a true climate refuge, a shelter against climate change. For that, actions like increasing vegetation, providing more shade in the public streets, giving our buildings the most vulnerable, such as the schools, PV installations, or we'd also like to underscore our energy communities as a true tool of citizen empowerment. And now I'm going to wind up. This is a new way of establishing a relationship with energy from a clear key outlook, which is people's right to energy, creating to such ends a friendlier city, a more resilient city, one capable of tackling climate change. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here representing also the many Italian mayors and cities that are here today. So, Reggio Emilia has been working on climate change for many years now, also through European projects and partnerships, linking adaptation policies with citizens' health and the quality of public spaces, in line with the Covenant of Mayors recommendations. In 2020, Reggio Emilia became one of the first Italian cities to adopt a climate change adaptation strategy. The strategy is based on climate data projections up to 2100 and on a detailed territorial analysis. And this analysis clearly shows that our main vulnerabilities are urban heat islands, of course, flooding and droughts. These findings leave no doubt that urgent action is needed to protect citizens and urban environment. So, building on this work, we have developed a new approach to urban landscape called Urbano Naturale, we can say natural urban, which is a strategy that tries, instead of treating green spaces as purely aesthetic elements of the urban landscape, to see vegetation as a vital and functional part of the city, recognizing its ecological and social value in improving resilience for community and well-being. We would like to use adaptation as the engine to create a new face of public space with a new human and nature-centered design. Thanks to a specific live project that we worked on during the last years, we are testing innovative solutions that bring this vision into life. A new model of adaptive parks, so we started from green areas, was recently designed and adopted in our urban parks to reduce climate impacts and offer the community more livable public spaces. We used urban microforests and reduced mowing green areas, and these help to increase biodiversity and lowering urban temperatures. Permeable surfaces are helping us managing stormwater, while shade trees provide natural cooling during heat waves. Our next objective is to extend this adapting intervention to the most vulnerable areas of the city. For this reason, we have decided to develop a specific adaptation master plan for the historical city center and the most densely populated neighborhoods in order to support the most fragile population and address the areas of the city that are most at risk. Beyond all this, we must continue to invest in building energy renovation, as well as in sustainable mobility, strengthening public transport and encouraging cycling and walking more and more. A city that is fair is a city for all, livable and welcoming, like the 15-minute city that we've been talking about so much after COVID. Suitable for children as well as for elderly and vulnerable in every season of the year. This is the target that we are trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these contributions. It's clear that we can see in the language that is being used in this panel that we need to translate to longer-term planning and to consider the long-term impacts that climate change. We've heard 2100 mentioned as the projection year. Challenging when we have discussed earlier on immediate challenges that we have to solve today, but also looking at adaptation as potentially an engine and addressing challenges for vulnerable groups. So looking at climate change and the challenges on our infrastructure, our access to water, and more importantly, people's lives. Let's focus on this for a second, and I'd like to get the insights of Julia Domac to consider what role do the regional and local authorities have in addressing this threat, and how can energy and climate agencies support them? Please, Julia.
Thank you, Seamus. I think we all know here in this room and even beyond that regional and local authorities are on the front lines. They ensure energy, they ensure water security on their communities, they protect critical infrastructure, They care for the well-being of the citizens. Well, they are the closest to the people, they are the best placed, of course, they are the most exposed ones. So they need to integrate resilience into urban and rural planning, ensure that the transport and water systems can survive without that extreme weather conditions, which we are seeing more and more in Europe. And well, they need to, thanks to that proximity to the citizens, they need to foster behavior change, they need to build capacity for sustainable living. In reality, they bridge the gap between global ambition, EU policy and local actions, the reality. This is where energy and climate agencies like REGEA or Tipperary in your country come in. We act as enablers, facilitators, auxiliators. We are very often factory of ideas. We provide technical expertise. We assist municipalities in planning. We offer training. We promote innovation. We promote best practices. We are the ones very often to coordinate and to implement that very strange word multi-stakeholder participation. We are in charge very often for common sense to ensure that local actions are coherent, scalable and aligned with broader climate objectives. I'll just give you one example what we are doing at REGEA. And a great example is our cooperation with the city of Zagreb, one of our founders, of course. The city of Zagreb, by the way, yesterday received the European Mission label for its Climate City contract. Together with the city of Zagreb, we are the ones who are building a new governance model where climate neutrality is not a part of main topic of one single department. It's embraced in every office, every decision, so every official is involved and participating. So Zagreb no longer separates mitigation from adaptation, and each investment in clean energy, mobility or renovation is also investment in resilience. In summary, regional and local authorities are the engines of climate action. We know that, of course. It was mentioned many, many times before. And energy and climate agencies are the catalyst. They are their expanded hand. Together, we can then build resilient, future-proof communities in Northwest Croatia, in all European Union and beyond. Thank you.
So some great examples of local and regional authorities working closely with their energy and climate agencies on this topic of integration, behaviour change. But local and regional authorities also often need to come up with innovative policies and actions to increase their climate preparedness. So we turn to Stockholm, and I'd like to invite Åsa Lindhagen from Stockholm to show and tell us how Stockholm is addressing this challenge and how you're integrating nature into your responses. Please.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and it brings me hope to be in a room filled with politicians on local and regional levels fighting every day for better lives for people. Well, first of all, I would like to say what I always say. We are in a climate emergency right now, and what's most important of all things is that we cut emissions down to zero. So we have to have that in mind all the time if we want our societies to function also in the future. With that said, we also need to adapt to changes that will come and that are actually already happening around us also here in Europe. So what is the climate crisis really about? Well, it's about extreme weather events that are becoming harder and harder to survive. It's about heat waves, flooding and droughts, fires, and it's about access to food and water. So that's what's at stake here. The basic foundation for human life. And I have to also say that I'm really angry that so many national governments don't take responsibility for human security. I'm furious, actually. But I think this means that we need to work even harder on the local and regional level, and that's what we do in Stockholm. And we aim to be one of the world's leading cities in climate transition. So we do a number of things to adapt our city, and we have made an effort to identify where our vulnerabilities lie. We have developed a cloud-burst model, and we have done a heat mapping of the whole city. So that means that we know where in the city that we have our greatest risks of flooding and hotspots. So that's where we focus our adaptation interventions. And we use nature-based solutions a lot, and I was really happy to hear the President Ursula von der Leyen emphasize the importance of nature-based solutions. And for example, we plant trees that provide shade and reduce temperature in hot spots. We build so-called rain gardens with plants and trees and soil that can retain water very efficiently and reduce flood risks. And we spend quite a lot of money on adaptation, and I sometimes get the question, is it really worth it? Isn't it very expensive? Well, my answer to that is that if we don't adapt, that will be extremely expensive. For example, floodings in Copenhagen in 2011 cost society approximately €1 billion. The World Economic Forum, they have found that every dollar invested in adaptation today can save up to $10 in the future. So my clear message is we can't afford not to spend money on adaptation, because that will truly cost us a fortune in the future, and of course a lot of human suffering, and we want that, of course, to happen, so we have to adapt. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's clear again that zero carbon is still the goal. Let's not forget that, but we have to invest now to deal with the climate risks and climate adaptation, and great to feel your passion for the topic. So it's clear that we need all hands on deck to address the climate transition, but also to respond to climate adaptation and climate risk, to build resilience in our cities, our towns and our regions. And many players need to come together to address this issue. As I mentioned, I have been to Mannheim, and I would like to invite our Deputy Mayor Pretzel to speak about what Mannheim is doing in this regard, and this really interesting model they have for bringing their stakeholders together. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much, and hello to the family, the urban family, and thank you that all the European leaders have been here today and focused on us being part of democracy, one of the most important part of democracy, and also saying that climate change is still the future for Europe. Because I think this message is so important in these times, because climate change is not electable anymore for a lot of people. So I'm very, very thankful for that, for everybody, for us and for our citizens, because it's our future, as you just said. So what are we doing in Mannheim? You said you visited us, and thank you for that. We are focusing on different stakeholders, and saying that climate change is our future for our industry, because we are an industry city, and our industry is causing 50% of our climate topic. So we are really focusing on that. We are focusing on the heating change, and we are focusing, of course, on our citizens in different things. And we are one of the EU mission cities, you just mentioned that. And also we are focusing on the climate view, the monitoring of our CO2 mission. So what are we doing? We are having a Dilomat for the citizens, and everybody can put in the Dilomat what they can do and then see their deal for the city. So everybody can really be part of it. So, and through the monitoring, everybody can see it just in the same second if they start to be part of it. We have a local Green Deal team. So from every Green Deal topic, we have somebody going into the city, going to industries, going to the citizens and talk to them what they can do. And for that, they have a toolbox out of more than 100 tools that industry can do changes on, and also that nightlife and events can do changes on. So we have different toolbox for a lot of different people. And this toolbox helps everybody to go into change, to go into action. And out of that, we already received more than 250 deals in the city. And on top, we have our Climate Action Agency that you just visited, and they offer advice to citizens and financial support to everybody. And this is also, from my point of view, very important. And out of that, we have a lot of things going on in the city, because we also said that we are not making this ourselves. But even our startups are building up very interesting new topics on the heating, and also in our SWAF treatment plant. They developed something that this can be used for ships, ship energy. And this is, I think, also a very important new deal that helps the world to get into change. So what do we need? We need multi-level governance and money to bring this into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And we've heard the focus now on also industry has been a key stakeholder in our climate adaptation and risk management strategies. And I really enjoyed the Delomat when I was there. I'm trying to invent such a Delomat in Tipperary. So we've heard again lots of examples of the challenges that our cities and regions are facing. The fires in Cadiz, the heat waves in Scania, the floods in Friulia, Venosa, Giulia. And these are just some of the many countless instances of climate challenges that are being faced. So we have the pleasure to have Deputy Director General Jusek with us, and he will give us an outline of how the Commission is supporting cities and regions in adapting to Europe's climate future while leaving no one behind. Please, Deputy Director.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon already to all of you. I'm very honored to be on the panel with representatives of cities who are representing their citizens. And I was looking up that the citizen comes from the civitas, which is cities or communities. So I would take it in the broader sense. But I think that the important feature is the connectedness of the cities and their citizens. And obviously we see many examples and growing number of examples how the cities and local and regional authorities as well are on the front line of climate change. And we have unfortunately more examples, and we know that this is not gonna disappear. This is gonna be with us, even if we were able to stop emissions today. We know that we are committed to significant climate changes, and we need to brace for that. And cities have an important role in that sense. As the European Commission, we support cities and regions in several complementary ways. Our President, in the opening this morning, she mentioned a number of those. And of course, the Covenant of Mayors, which we are celebrating today, is a long-established prime example how that cooperation and mutual learning works. I would mention another example from our domain on adaptation. We have an EU mission on adaptation, which involves hundreds of regions across Europe. It facilitates the exchange of knowledge and experience. It showcases the practical solutions, and it helps the signatories to learn from each other. There are many regions participating in the mission projects, which which showcase innovative approaches from the ground, including nature-based solutions, which were mentioned here, the different finance models, and also enabling how to learn from those successful projects and how to replicate them. We have strengthened the coherence and cooperation between the EU mission and the EU Covenant. It is the same strategy which has the objective to achieve climate neutrality and resilience in all EU cities. And you have the mission that supports the frontrunners in developing innovative solutions, and then you have the Covenant that supports all other regional authorities to follow suit and disseminate the solutions widely. Secondly, looking ahead, and Commissioner Hextra mentioned it in the opening of this panel, we are working on the integrated framework for climate resilience, which aims to provide a more structured approach to planning and investing in climate adaptation. We want to guide the regions and local authorities in assessing risks, in prioritizing preventive measures, in mobilizing resources, and in monitoring results, and also all that making sure that no community is left behind. So based on the science-based assessments and with financing tools and local actions, we want the adaptation to be more systematic, equitable and durable across the continent. And we started with hearing from a wide cross-section of society and businesses in informing the preparation of our new framework. And we heard the need for more common climate reference scenarios, because there can be different decisions made just across the border, and it doesn't have to be a state border. It can be just a regional or community border, and these investment decisions may vary significantly if they are based on an assumption of a warming of 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees, and on the likelihood of extreme climate events, which, of course, to a great extent cannot be predicted precisely, but it is useful to have the common scenarios. The other point we have in our framework is the resilience by design. We want to invest, we want the policies to be based on the principle of resilience by design, that we need to be informed in all those investment policy decisions by the climate of the future. And this is also why we have proposed in the multi-annual financial framework in July that climate resilience by design should be one of the leading principles. And I mentioned leaving no one behind and just resilience as central to our work. We want to use the opportunity of preparing the framework also to map the vulnerabilities, to make sure that not only the vulnerable groups of society are heard, but also that their needs are taken into account at all levels of governance. And there, obviously, the cities and communities can be very helpful as being the direct interlocutors. So ultimately, we look for empowering the cities and regions with knowledge, support and incentives, knowing that we don't want to be prescriptive and insensitive to specific needs, but we want to enable them to choose from the best menu of options. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Jusek, for this insight, and in particular today, the insight into the framework being developed on climate resilience and risk management. As I will turn to my panel to ask for some insights, and perhaps Christmas is coming a little early, where you can write your Christmas letter and request what you would like to see included in this framework, based on your experience, based on your on-the-ground knowledge. And I would like to start, please, with Mayor Barroso. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, yes, I love these questions, because these are the questions that give us the chance to ask. And a mayoress loves to be able to ask for things for their city. The answer to this question could be a very quick, simple one, which is to continue fostering innovative programs, ensuring that we cities engage in programs like those we're hearing of today. But I think we need to go into greater detail. We need to specify how things should be done. And in Getafe, we propose 2 lines. One, which is very clear, to continue opting for and giving relevance as much as possible to cities, to our metropolitan areas as a first issue. We are those spaces that are closest to our citizenship, where our neighbours develop their life projects, their families, and without a doubt their professional projects. And moreover, secondly, as we're showing today, is a clear example that we have the will to do it. We have a will for public service to improve our environments. And moreover, proof of this too is the extraordinary experiences we're hearing of today. We know how to do it. It shows that. Moreover, betting on our cities, on our proximity, with that we gain efficiency and efficacy in our management, and our citizens, who we want to offer the best quality of life, can see the importance of public policy. In the opening ceremony, a lot was said, very importantly, about the need to strengthen our democracies. Obviously, opting for our cities, the credibility of public management is a fundamental element in strengthening our democracy, gaining credibility in the way we engage with our citizenship. If that is the first line, the second we're proposing from the marvelous city of Getafe is that be done through a very clear choice, which is what we are doing, but we need to continue reinforcing it. That is innovation, innovative projects, but not innovation for innovation's sake. We are defending innovation which is at the service of social improvement, with what I said before, that we in Getafe is that we don't consider it progress unless all and every one of our citizens advances. Then a second innovation, which is strengthening our communities, the feeling of belonging to the closest community, an innovation which is at the service of collaborative work, which talks of a continuous dialogue with our citizenship, which we cannot see as mere sources of public income, but seeing them as active players in social change. I'm going to wind up here. We have the adequate frameworks for this, and on this occasion, an ideal one, which is our urban networks. We are developing on a European level a project where we cities want to participate and state our opinion. It's a clear example. So we in Getafe believe that we're in the best conditions to tackle the challenges not only of the future but those of the present, where we need to adapt our cities to climate change and to ensure that there is nothing more important than in life and more marvellous than supporting a city model which is by and for people and always benefiting our people, our citizenship. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mayor Barroso. I please pass now to Mayor Bonvicini.
About this topic, we think that the future framework should consider many themes. First of all, data. Reggio Emilia's experience for us shows that adaptation strategies must be built on solid scientific evidence, and for this reason we believe that framework should support municipality in accessing reliable climate data and tools for territorial vulnerability assessments, which are essential to guide local action. Then targets and guidelines. Countries like Italy, which have such a special cultural and architectural heritage, need strong support from the European Commission in the form of specific guidelines and action targets. For example, the Emilia-Romagna region made a very useful project on guidelines on nature-based solutions in urban areas that we actually used. We based on that guidelines most of the design tools that we actually developed, and also for our technicians and our planners. Then, of course, resources. Another priority is for cities to access new financial mechanism to test innovative nature-based solutions. Cities need also flexible instruments that can blend and put together public and private and community resources. So making it possible will scale up climate adaptation and ensure that the strategies move from planning to implementation. Of course, then the collaborative approach. One of Reggio Emilia's core strengths lies in its ability to mobilize local stakeholders, including citizens, associations, businesses, and academic institutions through participatory governance processes. We would like that the new framework will explicitly recognize and encourage these collaborative approaches, as resilience is only possible when it's co-created with the community, and this, I think, is something that mayors know very well. And to conclude, I think climate awareness and education on these topics, together with capacity building investments, are fundamental, not just for citizens, but also for technicians, policymakers, professionals, that can generate a multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach. EU resources, missions, and guidelines are vital for cities and local authorities to set their targets. And on urban and climate planning, I also think that metropolitan and wide area frameworks, especially for little and smaller municipalities, are very important. So I also suggest to encourage regions and provinces to keep together municipalities in their planning, help them making their plan and making them work together and drive them, giving them the right tools. So thank you for the chance that we had today to interact and talk.
Thank you, Mayor Bonvicini. And we move now to Stockholm, please, to Deputy Mayor Lindhagen.
Thank you so much. I have three things I would like to address. And the first thing is that cities must be at the center of the climate resilience framework, because we are, like Julia expressed it earlier, on the front line. We are the first to handle heat waves, floods, fires, infrastructure failures, and we protect people when it matters the most. So second thing, funding. To do this very important job that we do effectively, we need support, and I mean dedicated funding streams directly to cities, to the local and regional level. And we are many mayors and local leaders right now who are very worried about the new proposal for a multi-annual financial framework, because we see a lack of resources that are going directly to the local and regional level. And we do have national governments in the Union that delay or restrict disbursements, so that goes to the cities. So that's the situation in the Union, and that's a big worry. So I really strongly want to emphasize that we need direct funding. Otherwise, to be frank, I'm convinced that the climate work of the Union will be damaged, deeply damaged. So finally, the third thing, we need to focus on nature-based solutions, as previously mentioned, take care of ecosystems, restore ecosystems, grow plants and trees that protect the cities, and nature-based solutions represent the most effective way to adapt to climate change. So all of this, cities, fundings, nature-based solutions need to be integrated in the new framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we move, please, to Deputy Mayor Pretzel.
Yeah, what is my Christmas wish? It's very close to yours. So what would I say? We need a truly integrated, actionable and locally grounded management here for the integrated framework. That will help us a lot. And therefore, we need a clear and shared European Union definition of climate resilience, combined with binding resilient goals, because only on this topic, on this ground, we can really work, as you just said. Secondly, we need, as you just said, the multi-annual finance framework as a long-term funding, because this is not project work. It's long-term work for the democracy and for our cities and for Europe at the last. Also, we need this to be part of the EU city agenda, as Ms. von der Leyen just said. And this has to be fully embedded. And it has to be implemented with the cities and by the cities. And the cities have to sit at the table for that. Moreover, we need an obligationally funding by our member states. The member states have to give the funding directly to us. This has to be obligatory by the European Union, otherwise it does not come to us. And this is the biggest problem for us. So please, 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 please bring this into action, otherwise it's not happening. And at last, the cities are at your side. But we need Europe to be on our side and also our member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And finally, I pass the floor to Julia.
Thank you, Seamus. I always hated that one wish concept. Well, we all have many more wishes. But okay, if I could ask for one thing, that would be that the new integrated framework truly includes multi-level governments, but not as a voluntary principle, something you do if you wish, otherwise you do not do that, but as a mandatory funded mechanism. And I can also only support what was already said about MMF. Putting everything through national governments is very wrong. I'm not a mayor, so I can say that freely. That's very wrong. That's the end of the EU, what we know. And the whole cohesion policy, it's not just giving money to less developed. It's building the EU as it was originally planned. The EU where we are all Europeans, European citizens, with the idea that we are equal and that the quality of life in our cities, regardless is it Zagreb or Stockholm or Mannheim, is at the end of the day the same. And of course, the climate topic is very local. So the problems we faced are very different in my city or in north of Europe or in south of Spain. Again, we need to be able to address the differences, and this is why we need to preserve that. So my message to you as mayors, do not allow that. Be very aware of what's going on and be very, very informed, ambitious, included, and work hard. We are here to help. So I think only by placing multi-level governments at the heart of the system, the EU can unlock the potential of local and regional actions and ensure that no community is left behind, as we said that many times today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. So a long wish list, Deputy Director Jusek. I suppose interested to hear some of your reactions and the potential to fit some of these ideas and these proposals into the integrated framework for climate resilience and risk. And I think you can hear clearly the wish of the cities and the regions to work with you to develop this framework.
Thank you. Well, I might resemble a little bit Santa Claus, but I'm not quite Santa Claus, and it's not Christmas yet. And we will deliver our proposal later than Christmas, but definitely very good food for thought of what are the key ingredients that we will try to bring on board. And I mentioned some of them, and you mentioned many of those and many additional ones, and I agree that it needs to be the right mix in between subsidiarity, proportionality, EU added value, but also coherence and enabling conditions. So in that mix where the European level regulation for the framework for resilience can add the needed elements and can bring some of those those needs that you have highlighted. You've highlighted innovation. Obviously, this will be a continued innovation, and the solutions which we know today either may evolve until tomorrow, or there may be no longer applicable. So this will need to be a dynamic process. Common definition is something we are looking into. The ability to speak from the same awareness, of course, underpinned by science, underpinned by data, and making sure that science informs the policy, not at the European level, but going all the way to the local level as well. So, how to draw the link between the science-based risk assessment, such as the first EU climate risk assessment that was published last year, going all the way down, working with national environmental agencies, but also with all sources of data, including public awareness. So it should be an iterative process as well. I heard a lot about resources and the need for dedicated resources. Obviously, this is something which will be discussed in this House as well, and other parts of the EU family. The Commission has presented the proposal for the multi-annual financial framework. I mentioned the principle of resilience by design. That is part of that. The other feature of the proposed MFF is that it should have a dedicated portion of funding going to climate and environment at 35%. So it is a significant amount of money which is proposed to be invested into climate and environment. And it is on purpose connected. Also, you mentioned nature-based solutions. So we are looking for solutions which will not only address the climate challenge, but that will be a synergy with protecting biodiversity and using full scale of the services of the ecosystems, and how we can perhaps with €1 how we can manage multiple purposes. And obviously the space for collaboration, co-creation, the engagement is something that should be an iterative and continuous process. We are creating regional adaptation hubs through the mission of adaptation. We want to enhance the knowledge exchange and the collaboration and sharing of the challenges and the solutions, and learning on those. So these are definitely elements which will be very useful for us as we proceed with drafting of the first climate risk framework. It will be prepared towards the second half of next year, but we will be launching a public consultation as well on the proposal, and really we want this to be as grounded in reality and on the ground experience as possible. So please stay tuned for the communication, for the framework, and we will be happy to receive further inputs, and hopefully when the framework is finalized and comes out, it will probably be late for this Christmas, but hopefully, as usual with Christmas, you have a wish list, and you will have at least some of the items on the wish list. And from my childhood experience, I remember that I was never disappointed with what I received. So I hope that it will be also the case for this framework, that it will provide the needed tools, and that will bring us to a more resilient Europe that is not just seen from here in Brussels, but is very much felt by the citizens, who should not be left alone, who should understand that the climate action is both about becoming prepared for climate change, becoming resilient, and of course addressing the root cause, which is the emissions of greenhouse gases. So it is very much integrated, very excited to continue this discussion and to move forward to presenting the proposal next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Again, very clear to see that it is not one or the other. It is a very integrated approach. So, and we've heard that from across the panel through their powerful contributions. I think the words that struck for me were the ones that spoke about neighbourhoods and society. So at the heart of all our policies and our discussions about funding, the mayors here are thinking about their people. The mayors in front of me are thinking about those people, and the mayors online and in the EU Covenant mayors are thinking about their people and the investments, not the costs, the investments that can be made to make society better for all of them. And you are strongly encouraged to take advantage of that opening offer to engage in that consultation. I think it is, there are lots of views in this room and in Europe indeed that can contribute and work with the Commission to deliver a strong integrated framework. So we have seen and heard lots of examples and actions at local, regional, city level, and many more are out there in the European Covenant of Mayors framework. And so please engage with your other cities, your colleagues, to learn and to exchange more. I really hope you've gained some inspiration from this panel, from our speakers who have taken the time to explain to you the efforts that they are taking to deal with climate risk and climate adaptation. And please bring those home into your cities, your regions, your towns. So I would ask you to please show your appreciation for our speakers as we conclude this panel session. Thank you very much. Okay, we're getting close to the end. Shoulders back, keep the energy up. I know I'm looking forward to some refreshments. So we move to the last part of our ceremony. And thank you for your contributions, thank you to for all our speakers, and thank you for your patience. So in our previous sessions, we've showcased many of the inspiring examples of local and regional authorities and Covenant of Mayors signatories in leading Europe's transition to climate neutrality. By engaging with their communities, their citizens, their local stakeholders, their local and regional governments, they are also paving the way to decarbonised and a green economy. This closing session will explore how cities and the EU are actually working very strongly together for a prosperous Europe, and also ensuring no one is left behind. I have the pleasure now to invite to the stage Michele De Pascale, President of Emilia-Romagna region in Italy. And Michele is also a member of the board of the Covenant of Mayors. Emilia-Romagna has been a Covenant coordinator, helping its municipalities in the Covenant since 2014, and is also a signatory of the mission adaptation. Please.
Thank you. Distinguished representatives of the European institutions, distinguished majors and local regional leaders, distinguished participants. Today, I have the honor of representing Emilia-Romagna as the only regional and Italian member of the Covenant of Mayors Board. I also bring here the concrete experience of someone who, during my service in the past 10 years as a mayor of Ravenna, strongly believed in this path. I am fully aware of challenges that local institutions face in turning plans into tangible actions, particularly in three increasingly urgent areas: mitigation, adaptation, and energy policies. This requires a profound renewal in governance models, local technical capacity, and emergency response capabilities. The continuous natural disaster affecting our territories can no longer be ignored. In 2023 and 2024, my region was hit by a series of unprecedented floods, causing €8.5 billion in damage, 18 lives lost. Since May 2023, the region and the affected municipalities have been working tirelessly side by side, not only on reconstruction, but also on prevention and risk mitigation, particularly concerning hydraulic and hydrogeological hazards. As Mayor of Ravenna, I led one of the areas most severely affected by the flood that devastated Romagna. In those dramatic days, Europe stood by us, and the EU Civil Protection Mechanism provided concrete support, proving that European solidarity is real. Yet that crisis reminded us once again that climate adaptation is no longer a challenge for the future. It is a challenge for today. Among us and you, I see many mayors who managed those difficult days. For me, they represent a model. I ask them to rise up. Alzatevi. I say in Italian, sorry. Those who deny climate change should have the courage to come here, to say it in front of our communities. We all know how crucial the fight against climate change is, and how essential local administration, both regional and municipal, are in implementing adaptation policies that empower communities to withstand the harsh impact of the climate crisis. After a not easy negotiation with the Italian government, now we have a national allocation of €1 billion for a special risk reduction plan. We already know that the resources will not be sufficient, but they have allowed us to initiate a participatory planning. More than 2 million people live in the affected areas, and is a alluvionary plan, heavily anthropized and largely reclaimed by water over the centuries. This is a unique opportunity for us, but I think, and I strongly believe, it can also be served as a case of study for European at-risk areas. But obviously, adapting to climate change can't be the only answer. In the short run, it will be a surrender, and in the long run, we will be all truly dead, as John Maynard Keynes said. In my region alone, 270 municipalities, the 83% of all municipalities, covering more than 92% of the regional population, have approved sustainable energy and climate action plans. We strongly believe that local authorities are uniquely positioned to address the climate challenge due to their regulatory and planning roles and their close relationship with citizens and business. Energy supplies is one of the main barriers to Europe's economic growth. The global energy crisis has made it clear that we must, at the same time, diversify and make supplies more secure, and strongly invest in renewable sources to reduce our dependence on international markets. We cannot address the issue only in times of crisis. We must build a more stable, accessible and sustainable energy system, encouraging the development of local energy communities. A serious and responsible energy policy must respect the so-called energy trilemma, balancing supply security, affordability and environmental sustainability. In Emilia-Romagna, this awareness translates into a clear and balanced strategy for a determined yet sensible and gradual energy transition. We are one of the Italian regions with the highest energy demand due to our strong industrial base and climate conditions. Yet we are moving toward ecological transition from legislation on energy communities to investments in infrastructure and renewable technologies to a broader strategy aiming to enhance energy independence, support business competitiveness, promote innovation and reduce emissions. We call on Europe and national governments to support local energy transition with adequate tools, simplified procedures and strong investments, especially in today's complex geopolitical context, to increase our energy autonomy. Regions have a duty to foster research and the development of new technologies and business initiatives to tackle climate change. We can't and we don't want to stop the transition. We deeply understand this European historical duty. But fighting against climate change, we must know we have different rules from the past. CO2 and climate-altering emissions are more complex enemies to face than water or air pollution. If we imagine suddenly shutting down all the European industry, in a few time, global emissions will not decrease, but will quickly increase, moving production to parts of the world with worse technologies and more permissive laws. This is what has unfortunately happened also in recent years. The challenge is global. The historic mission of the European Union is not simply to reduce its own climate-altering emissions on a planet that continues on the path to self-destruction. Our mission is to show to the whole world, even to those who turn their hands, just pretend doesn't see, that it is possible at the same time reduce emissions, increase the competitiveness of manufacturing, increase rights and social protection for citizens and workers. It's an ambitious goal, but entering this temple of democracy and feeling the immense Italian pride of reading every time Altiero Spinelli's name, I thought that those men and women had the courage to dream of peace, freedom, equality and brotherhood from the depths of Ventotene jail. With that example, let us look to the future with determination and hope.
Thank you, Michele, for those inspiring words. As I mentioned, Michele is a member of the board of the EU Covenant of Mayors, so I'd like to take this opportunity to invite his fellow board members to please stand up as we recognise the strategic direction that they give to the Covenant. Please. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your extensive work, effort and commitment to the Covenant. I now welcome Hanna Zadowska, Mayor of Łódź in Poland, member of the European Committee of the Regions and National Ambassador of the Covenant. Łódź is a signatory of the Covenant of the Mayors since 2020. beneficiary of the European City Facility, and also a labelled city of the EU mission for climate neutral and smart cities. Please, Hannah.
Dear Executive Vice President, dear colleagues, dear participants, I will speak in Polish. To dla mnie wyjątkowy zaszczyt uczestniczyć w sesji zamykającej.
This is a great honor for me to participate in this session closing this important day. Łódź, the third largest city of Poland, stresses that energy transformation is a landmark of my presidency of the city of Łódź, which has lasted for 13 years. The family created by the Covenant of Mayors is what assures the strength of our covenant so that we can contribute to prevent the consequences of climatic change. It is also not only an honor but an obligation for me to act as a kind of ambassador of the Covenant of Mayors. Being responsible for implementing ambitious projects under the Covenant, among other things, by the program of revitalizing our city, reducing the use of fossil fuels, reducing emissions by public transport, developing green areas, and enhancing climate awareness, contributing to energy efficiency, and reducing the pollution of air. Until recently, 30% of inhabitants in our town used heating using coal as the fuel. So the worst thing we can do is to stop or to reduce our ambitions. This morning, the President of the Committee of the Regions reminded us that since 2009, when the Covenant was formed, our task is to translate EU policies to the local and the regional level. Thanks to the Covenant of Mayors, many towns for the first time have placed energy and climate policies in the center of their programs. For the EU, this is a key step towards implementing a large part of the EU acquis. And this is a great benefit of the Covenant of Mayors. We are on the good path toward mitigating climate change thanks to measures taken by towns and regions. Consumers must see and feel tangible effects, better prices, better climate in the homes, better heating or cooling, and locally produced clean energy is the only solution to counteract energy dependency and to counteract energy deficits. So we must support specific projects in this area. Problems linked to climate are increasingly frequently affecting our towns and regions, causing economic damage and too often damage in terms of human victims. So we need to adapt to climate change, protecting the local communities. And we must focus on the needs of our inhabitants and citizens. We must work on a sustainable economic system in the interest of our inhabitants and of the well-being of our planet. We need a major effort of the EU also to recover public confidence in our actions for climate mitigation. We must counteract and prevent misinformation concerning the climate. We have adopted the obligation to reach climate neutrality by 2030, and the respective transformation must take place in every locality in Europe, and the policy must be a compass for it. The agenda for cities must support these goals through synergy between different EU policies, especially between the climate and the adaptation policies. And we cannot leave all this without financial support. And to conclude, let me highlight what many speakers have pointed out today, that we need clear financing and clear support instruments. We have been assured that our ambitions are correct, are right. Now we must harmonize them with national and EU policies to provide an engine for sustainable development in Europe. And this can be done through access to EU funding and through cohesion, both social, territorial, and economic. And as far as spending on the climate and the environment in the next financial perspective, we worry that regions might be overlooked, being seen not just as beneficiaries, but that they need to be perceived as strategic partners, because we have the instruments to assure the achievement of climate, economic and energy goals of Europe. And we are ready for close cooperation with the broader community to assure the achievement of the goals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mayor Zadowska, for your excellent insight and impactful input. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to our final contributor at today's ceremony. Please welcome Rafael Fito, Executive Vice President for Cohesion and Reforms of the European Commission. Please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, dear mayors, dear participants. It is a great pleasure to be with you today. Your presence today is a very important moment for our common work. Today, close to 340 million Europeans live in urban areas. That is around 75% of the total European population. I know very well the importance of your work. Since the beginning of my mandate, I put great importance to cities, towns and municipalities. I have met with many local representatives in Brussels in my visit to the Member States. We have organized the Cities Forum in Krakow, and I chose to have my first implementation dialogue with elected local representatives. And of course, holding the European Week of Regions and Cities over the past 3 days where I hosted a high-level session on Europe's urban future. Cities play a key role. You are on the front line facing numerous challenges. From extreme weather, earthquakes, to the record wildfires this summer, such events put great pressure on our citizens, our economies, and our way of life. In crisis, you are the first to provide support to citizens. And you remind everyone that moving to a more resilient and sustainable economy is not just an EU project, it is a shared effort. It involves European institutions, member states, regions, cities, and our citizens. Europe needs to improve people's lives by investing in transport, affordable housing, and the energy transition. Cities are central to achieving this. Cities are vital for turning our strategies into action, and they are also engines of Europe's competitiveness, attracting investment, driving innovation, and creating jobs. The work of the Covenant of Mayors is a living proof of this. You have created the largest network of its kind worldwide, showing how European cities can lead by example on the global stage. The urban dimension has always been very strong in cohesion programs. With its place-based approach, it ensures that actions from energy to transport and the environment reflect local realities. Between 2021 and 2027, cohesion policy is mobilizing more than 110 billion euro for energy transition, sustainable urban mobility, climate adaptation, and environmental protection. And significant resources are dedicated to integrated urban development strategies designed and implemented by cities themselves. But cities, especially of smaller size, often face challenges concerning financing, high administrative burden, and the lack of expertise to address the problems. Cohesion policy has already delivered visible and tangible results, but we need to adapt and further improve our efforts. We cannot stand still. The world is changing, and we must change with it. This is why we proposed the mid-term review of the current programs of cohesion policy, adopted last month. We have identified 5 new priorities where member states and regions on a voluntary basis can choose to reprogram funds. It responds to the new challenges we face, like competitive defense and of particular relevance to cities, affordable housing, the energy transition, and water resilience. The mid-term review and the forthcoming European Affordable Housing Plan can provide support to you. They are important initiatives to help you respond to the needs of your citizens. I encourage you to discuss with the relevant partners in your countries. It is important to act now and use the opportunities offered by the current programs to face these new challenges. Cities can benefit from many other EU instruments. This is why one of my top priorities is to adopt the new EU Agenda for Cities before the end of the year. The Agenda for Cities will cover cities of all sizes, including towns and municipalities. The agenda will have 2 main goals. First, to simplify access to EU support for urban areas. The EU currently offers many different initiatives to support cities, but it can be difficult to navigate, especially for smaller cities and those limited in budget or technical abilities. With the Agenda for Cities, we are simplifying initiatives and tools to make it easier for all cities to access EU support. Second, to strengthen multi-level governance and cooperation. Cities must not only be implementers of EU policies, they must also have a stronger voice in shaping them. We are improving inclusive governance and collaboration between EU, member states, regional and local authorities. because I firmly believe that it is only by working together that we can deliver results, improving the daily lives of citizens. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, cities are key partners in achieving our shared European goals. We will build on the Covenant's work, and with an ambitious EU agenda for cities, we will strengthen the role of cities, giving you a voice in EU policies. Let me close with a simple but essential message. Europe needs the cities, and the cities need Europe. I look forward to continue our common work together for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive President Vito, for your words and your commitment to working and being inspired by the Covenant. So today we have heard and seen inspirational stories from across Europe and indeed across the world on how towns, cities and regions are embracing the challenge of energy security, decarbonisation, climate risk and resilience. As we end our ceremony, I remind you that this event is actually a celebration of your efforts and indeed the celebration of the efforts of the citizens across Europe who are working to deliver a safe, secure and a green society for us all. You here today and your fellow Covenant members across Europe are shining examples of what can be achieved. I would like to thank the speakers of today for sharing their inspirational messages and their contributions to the dialogue. On behalf of the Covenant of Mayors of Europe, I would like to thank the European Parliament for hosting the 10th ceremony of the European Covenant of Mayors, to the European Commission and the Committee of the Regions for the huge support they have provided to the Covenant team during the organisation of this event. It doesn't end here. The ceremony will continue with a networking lunch in the same catering areas outside of the hemicycle where you had your breakfast. So please follow the instructions of the Covenant of Mayors team. The hemicycle will be closed, so please do not leave anything behind you, as you won't be able to pick it up later. It has been my honour to act as the Master of Ceremonies for you today. It has been an honour to be inspired by you all and by the Covenant of Mayors' actions. May you carry the energy of this inspiring event home. We look forward to seeing you in 2026, and please have a safe journey home. And I officially close this ceremony. Thank you very much.